have to deal with Indiana moving forward. They're not going anywhere.
Right.
So I guess that's the part that, I don't know. I lean toward Nuno in terms of things needing to change in order for this team to get to where they want to go.
Pat.
Can we stop showing Halliburton's dad, please? I don't need to see John Halliburton sitting up in the box with 5 minutes left in a huge game. I don't care. I don't care about what John Halliburton was doing. People freaked out over Taylor Swift, who is a megastar, being shown for 3 seconds during a Chiefs game, and John Halliburton's getting like a full report. What are we doing? I don't care about John Halliburton.
I think it would be negligent by TNT to not show him.
I think that's ridiculous to show him.
Storyline.
It's not a storyline. Why is it a storyline that John had?
It's a storyline because he tried to fight one of the greatest players in the sport.
The second best player in the league.
What does that
to do with? There's 5 minutes left in the game. What does that have to do with John Halliburton?
Well, his son just did something that nobody else has done in NBA history.
Yeah, so show Tyrese.
We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you into a program that solicits your involvement. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing in the Hamptons. Little Jackie Papers, Chairman Kurt here with you as well. And the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, they were waiting for us. The Bridgeton Landfill Fume Hover.
What's he got to say?
Boy, howdy, would you look at that on May 28th? Your St. Louis baseball Cardinals are tied for a playoff spot. 3 games back of first, Doug.
That's not bad.
All I can think about is how we started off thumping the Twins.
Yeah, we did, and it's been uphill ever since. Well, not really. But it's been a steady climb.
Also got to mean first place by mid-July.
Oh, so you can be on your pontoon? What's that? First place in mid-July, and in October you'll be on your pontoon. Is that how it goes?
Jackson's got it.
Early got the bat to get it done.
Well, that wasn't the exact passage.
That boy is scrappy.
How about that?
No, that wasn't it either. Nah. Oh, well, never mind. Something about a pontoon boat.
Maybe they can catch the Cubs when the Cubs stop playing the Gateway Grizzlies every series. The Cubs are playing the Gateway Grizzlies?
Basically.
Yeah,
like
knocking them around, too.
More.
The Rockies had them on the ropes, and they couldn't even finish the job.
Is there a business model for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners? And by the way, I got to text Martin on his day off. We got another cash call. But is there a business model to just bet, Doug, what's your average unit size? 100K?
Usually 100, 150.
You're gonna have to bet probably about 300,000 to win 100,000. But if the Rockies continue, Mark McGuire, at this pace, the Rockies are going to be profit season. So what do you think about that? Betting against the Rockies is profit season.
They've cobbled together a nice little 4-game losing streak again. Probably on their way to 7 or 8. 9-46.
So if they only win 16% of the time, and I've got to bet essentially that they're going to win 33% of the time, there is an edge there for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, and we might need to really, really dial that in.
But you need a cash call to make it happen?
Well, we got to pay some debts to the high school bookie at the Cracker Barrel under the water tower off 55.
No, okay.
They're 25 games back. What's a legitimate number that they could end up finishing that division behind when it's all said and done?
50.
I'll take the over.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go over on that. There's talk of them finishing 40 games back of the 4th place team.
Well, that ain't good. They got it bad, and that ain't good.
I just want to let it be known, however, that baseball's economics are just fine, and pay no attention, because it's alarming that the Pirates are in last place, or the Rockies are in last place, or the Marlins are in last place, or the A's are in last place, or the White Sox are in last place. You could have never guessed that.
No, White Sox are only 18 and a half back, though, so don't count them out.
Thank you. I need them to win 53 games, or else I'm going to have to text Martin again about getting some money over to me because I got to meet this guy.
Gosh, his phone's ringing off the hook for cash.
Who do you think's out there rooting for the A's? Like, go up to them.
Fans of Sacramento now that Light the Beam's done.
But, like, even them, like, they know this is just a rental, if that. And it's not like it's a good rental. Like, who are you walking up to today who's like, yes, I am a big athletics fan?
No.
Despite the city which way they play in.
They're buzzing in Las Vegas.
Yeah, they'll be excited there. It'll turn around when they get there, I bet.
Good morning, Tim. You're looking like a delicious snack this morning. That's from Man Love. You can text in 314-399-9646. Yesterday, Chairman Kurt, we were complimented for our appearance. We had a couple of presentations for Sound Story, and Chairman Kurt was said to be looking like he was communicating with astronauts on the moon.
From Houston, the Houston Space Center. White shirt. Sleeves rolled up.
I don't know if you noticed.
Black tie.
They got to me. I changed my glasses before the presentation
Is that
yesterday.
what they got to you? Never let them get to you. Look at Jackson.
Yeah, look at me. Shining example.
But what we were doing a couple of presentations in the area, and Joe Buck joined us. And I was under the impression that Chairman Kurt had met Joe before. And we're walking up. Joe and I are walking in. And I said, oh, here's Chairman Kurt. And Chairman Kurt did not express joy to be meeting Joe, Doug, rather the other way around. What did Joe Buck say when he met you?
I believe he told me it was like meeting one of his heroes.
How about that?
Really?
Yeah.
Joe
Really?
Buck is a Chairman Kurt Lemming.
Is he
Joe
really?
Buck is a Chairman Kurt Lemming.
What did he like about your game?
I'm not sure. I don't know if he saw any of the TikToks from back in the day. That kind
Probably what it was.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it was that story about the girl at the Alabama game that got him. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I haven't had a whole lot of moments on 101. But I played it cool on the inside because I texted you. I was geeking out pretty hard meeting Joe, but
were you
I
really?
played it cool. I kept it playa.
Nice. You kept it playa.
You like that, Doug? You ever
I
use
don't
that
like
phrase?
it. No, I kept it playa.
Jackson, do you know?
No more Belle Biv DeVoe.
How about that?
Yeah, he just recognizes greatness, is what I hear.
Game recognized game. Hoes do too.
Right. It's not necessarily like one thing that you can be like, oh, I'm a big fan of. It's the body of work, and I respect that.
And so impressive that you could keep it playa.
I did keep it playa.
Chairman Kurt and I are matching. I didn't even catch that. I guess I need to look around the dais on the outfits before we start the presentation because Chairman Kurt and I were all dialed up yesterday. Doug and Jackson were wearing their TMA hoodies yesterday. Today, Jackson, you're wearing a
This is a
TMA.
classic.
That's a Run TMA.
Yeah, this is a classic. I get a lot of comments about this one.
TMASTLshop.com if you're interested in that. In addition to the one that I'm wearing, for those of you viewing on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, coming up on today's program, Greg Warren, St. Louis finest comedian. Gonna be in
Pride of
studio.
Kirkwood High.
Pride of Kirkwood High. Pioneer proud.
That's right.
In studio at 8:15. Jackson, what's going on with Greg Warren? He's been on the program a number of times. I would describe him as a friend of the show.
He's got a brand new special out.
Nice.
It's on YouTube, so readily available for everyone to watch. And he's going to come in and talk a little bit about it and just visit. It's been, I don't know, boy, what do you think, Tim? 2 years probably since we've had a conversation with Greg.
I'm going to chip my bankroll on the under. I'm not going to have to meet that kid from Fox High School under the water tower this afternoon.
Yeah, right. Maybe year and change. But love talking with Greg. New York Times just reviewed his new special. They enjoyed it. So looking forward to talking over with Greg Warren. And love coming in. Love seeing him in studio, too.
So he'll be in studio at 8:15. Adam Wainwright on the program on the Stiefel dossier. Doug, he'll be with us at 9 o'clock. And you can ask him about the importance of winning a series. And I have a feeling he's going to talk right down to you.
Oh, sure. They'll all say, oh, it's huge. It's great. It's big.
I'm going to go buck swope on you real quick, Doug.
Okay.
April 26, 2023, the last time Greg Warren was on the show.
And what was the over-under?
Did I say 2 years since he's been on?
I think so.
Yeah. Well,
So it's been over 2 years.
Don't feel real confident about that.
I thought I said it's been about 2 years.
I thought you said, yeah.
Did I say 2 tree? Yeah. All right. Well,
That's the problem. And now is my bookie over at Fox High School going to count that as a win for me? And if not, I might need to text Martin again about another cash call.
well, that's the good thing is now, like before you text Martin about the cash call, just run it up because you're having the cash call regardless.
Uh-oh, I woke up bricked up again. Doug, you're going to help a friend in need. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who's sending in pictures of his wife with a local television reporter.
I am a bad boy, and I'm testing things. I don't know. I don't have enough street cred to know what bricked up means.
Put that off.
Yep, that'll be in the You'll hear that Friday at 8:45 as we broadcast live from Oak Valley for the Dotem. Doug, are you playing in the Dotem or are you not?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Bring my clubs. If there's a spot, I'll try to get in there somewhere.
I thought you
don't
were
know.
playing with the great Greg Vaughn, who's a wonderful ball striker.
I thought he was too, but now I think he's just working one of the holes with the sponsors.
Got it.
He and Mark Hanna.
Mark Hanover Greenwell Strategy
Yeah.
sponsor the 9 o'clock
Yeah.
hour, who's a delightful gentleman and a life Sherpa.
So I'll be ready to go, and if there's not a spot, I'll be fine, just hanging out.
I bet somebody who's playing is going to say, you're out. Probably hipster Tower Grove South is out, and they're going to kick him out and bring you in. We got a chance to play with Doug. Denim golf's out. Doug Vaughn's in.
I can't wear denim. There'll still be people wearing jeans, right? That never
Only
really
the best
bothered
players.
me. Does it really bother you if someone's wearing jeans when
Jackson's
they play
got
golf?
a problem with it.
I don't. Problem. Yeah, you know what? I do have a problem with it.
Why? Why?
Like, what are you doing? Jeans are. That's not golf attire.
But people wear crap to work these days. They show up in,
Yeah,
show up in
seriously. Wow.
sweatpants and T-shirts at work.
Yeah,
Why-
if you're looking
why
at
wouldn't
them.
that bother you?
What's worse, denim or like gym shorts on the golf course?
Poof.
Well, this guy just got put to the test.
Well, there's some gym shorts that, like, if you're wearing your golf shirt untucked, it isn't like all that different from wearing golf shorts, but denim is so obvious, and we're like tucking it in.
Man, if you're going after the hipster at Tower Grove South, you're going to have to come through me.
I love the hipster at Tower Grove South. He's a good dude.
Just seems like the golf course where you're out there just having a good time. That's an odd place to draw the line on how people need to be dressing when the line doesn't seem to be drawn anywhere else.
No, you're making some good points.
You wear whatever the hell you want to wear everywhere these days, except the golf course where all of a sudden we got our nose in the air.
Jackson is going to be monitoring the players tomorrow for collared shirts.
This is 2 days in a row that you've questioned people's wardrobes.
I know, and I dress like I'm in the 8th grade, so it's tough for me to be like, I'm right message, wrong messenger. I just think it's also denim is a restrictive fabric. You know, I don't know if you're going to get a full turn in a.
Sometimes they have that new stretch fabric. Oh boy, it's breathable.
No doubt.
If you're sweating in denim, that's
it's brutal.
That's rough too.
Yeah, but it's going to be temperate. So maybe we'll see some denim. I won't judge. I won't judge.
A lot of the players now are going to wear denim to try to tilt you and get you off your game.
I think it would be a prudent move for a whole team to wear denim.
Who are you playing with tomorrow?
My father.
Doug, that's Jeff Burkett, and he calls into the show all drunk from a bar.
Bricked up?
No. Jesus. This has got
I'm going to have to Google bricked up, I guess.
I would do that on your phone.
Oh, no.
Not on the Hubbard machine. No, my father will be there. He'll be going low. My cousin, he's a ball striker.
Is he really a ball striker?
Big hitter. He played college baseball. He's a big hitter.
Does he know where it's going, though?
Yeah, usually. He's pretty good.
I was going to try to set up a wager, but it sounds like I might be a major underdog here. So.
I haven't seen Mitch playing a little bit, so we'll see.
It's Mitch Cumstein, huh?
No, I've met him before, too. Great guy. And then a family friend of ours, Jake, from 150 in, one of the most dangerous players in St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Or the greater St. Louis area. Yeah, from 150 in, he's
And what's
lethal.
he going to be wearing? And will that match your approval?
He dresses nice.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll be good.
Sweet Kai is the reason Jackson is not going to the Plowhawks wedding here in a few weeks. And Sweet Kai is also the reason why Jackson's girlfriend is not going to Cape Cod. And he texts in, if you wear denim to a tea time, you definitely have a credit score that starts with a 4 or 5. Is that correct? Is that actually something?
Could be. I just wonder, in an era where dress codes have been relaxed almost completely in any setting, why golf is the only place that you have to dress a certain way. In a recreational setting, no less. Not work, not church, not school, not anywhere important, but a place where you're out there playing a game. Now, we're going to get our panties in a bunch because someone's wearing a certain fabric.
Jackson, Doug's coming after you this morning. I hope you're ready.
My panties aren't in a bunch, nor am I bricked up.
No, but most golf elitists would certainly be appalled if anyone ever showed up with a pair of blue jeans at a golf course.
Chairman Kerr brings up a good point because, like, athletic shorts, if you're wearing a golf shirt untucked and they're the right athletic shorts, I wouldn't know this, nor is it really that big a difference. If you're not tucking your shirt in, it doesn't matter. Therefore, I can't really judge on the denim, but... Yeah. I don't know what people are wearing to church. You brought up church. I don't know what people are wearing.
Anything they want to wear.
Is that right? Okay. All right.
Not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's kind of where we are with dress in this era.
Yeah.
And now the only place that you can't get away with wearing what you want to wear apparently is a golf course.
Hand up, I'm hypocrite because...
Hand up, I'm hypocrite.
I'm a hypocrite because...
Text name starting on Monday when Jackson will update the text inbox name.
I mean,
Our comfort service sponsors the text inbox.
I legit wear the same clothes I would wear to school in the 8th grade. Same outfits. Mm-hmm. And yet I'm out here talking about like how I love how Dennis Gates wears a suit as opposed to a quarter zip. You
actually asked the man about it.
I did. And he gave a great answer. Shout out to Dennis Gates. I talked about people going to the theater underdressed. I talk about not wearing denim on the golf course. I am a hypocrite. So I'm going to stop.
What do you think? Denim in a driving range, is that okay?
Sure, anything at a driving range is fine.
Toes out on an airplane.
Oof.
What's that?
You better have
like sandals for a flight.
You better have manicured toes. Even then, though, I mean, put some
Let's not
socks
wear
on.
open-toed shoes on an airplane.
Honestly, you probably should wear pants too. You know,
Wow, got to wear pants on the airplane. huh?
well, bare thigh. I think Larry David had that take. He sat next to a guy. He's like, what are you doing? I don't want to see that much of your leg on the plane.
If you wear denim to a golf course, you don't know what a credit score is, but you definitely wonder why the bill is 20% higher every month after purchasing a lift kit for an old truck. That's from Carlos Spicer. Are these things factual? Are these actually data points?
I just don't know why you'd want to wear jeans on a golf course.
It shaves 3 strokes off your game.
Denim?
Look at Nicholas at Pebble when he hit that. What, he hit a 1 iron, Doug?
I don't know what he hit.
Said 17?
What if it's like 45, 50 degrees, a little cold?
Golf pants.
Well, they're not going to be as warm as blue jeans, probably.
You know, you wear a long john under the pants. Honestly, if it's 40 degrees, you probably shouldn't be out there ball striking. That's
Jackson's favorite texter is Harrison's brother, Master. He puts him on his list in George Washington's spot.
Yep.
And he says, if you don't tuck your shirt in on the course, you're a complete oosier and should be removed from the course.
Of course.
Is that the kind of policy you're going to have intact at the Dotem, presented by Michelob Ultra, tomorrow and Friday at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort? Hello again, everybody.
No, absolutely not. Untucked is fine by me. I prefer it, honestly.
But if somebody shows up in jeans, you're going to ask them to be removed by Hubbard Security.
I'm going to ask him a few questions.
Because if you're on the second hole and they're on the 16th hole and they're wearing jeans, you would be greatly offended by that.
Well,
you couldn't possibly continue your own round.
A DQ might be in place, you know? I don't know.
You're going to disqualify the player. Like they came to play in this show's golf tournament, and they're going to be disqualified because Jackson sees them wearing denim.
And possibly suspended.
That's your jurisdiction.
Well, I didn't know about this policy. It's not in the copy, but tomorrow is the Dotem. There are a couple of foursomes remaining if you wanted to play on Thursday. Friday is sold out. It's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. It's at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, where we will be broadcasting live both tomorrow and Friday. I was trying to set up a wager with Jackson's pairing, but I think at this point, you guys are probably going to shoot, it sounds like 9 under. And I think my pairing's probably in the 4 under range. So if you give me 5.5 strokes, I think we can accomplish something here.
We'll get back to you. We're going to have to assess.
I respect that. No, I
We're gonna have to
respect that.
assess. But I think my dad gets to tee up further, given his age.
What about my 7-year-old?
He will also probably tee up further. But my dad.
tees do 7-year-olds
I know, is that
play?
ladies' tees? Is there one even in
What are
front
you
of
trying
that?
to say? You have a line right there. I caught it.
There's usually even tees up in front.
Well, who plays those?
I think 7-year-olds. I think it's.
7-year-old tees?
I think that's precisely who would play from up there. Either way, my dad gets to play up, and he just got a new driver. So
And
I
he's
think,
bombing it.
Well, he's always straight, which will allow my cousin, the big hitter, to let it rip.
It frees him up.
Yeah.
Jeff Burkett's right down the middle there at Oak
Always
Valley.
straight. I'll be darned.
And then Jackson's cousin, that's Mitch Cumstein.
Mitch, my cousin Mitch.
He's just going to go 330. Carry, by
And
the way.
who's the Hoosier that wears overalls in your group?
No, there will be no overalls.
Remember when Belle Biv DeVoe had that spray on the overalls? Was that the Poison
I don't.
video?
I don't.
Or was that the Doomy video?
What do you mean
I don't know.
spray? Like a denim spray?
Yeah. That was airbrushing.
To like what,
That was
start-
all the rage. You didn't
Oh,
have airbrushing at Horton Watkins?
Okay, I thought you meant.
I thought you guys were wealthy.
I thought you meant just to like starch it up. So it's like painting.
Spray and starch.
Well, yeah, so like really stiffen it. No, okay, so it's airbrush, like a Ed Hardy kind of
No,
pre-Ed Hardy.
No, it wasn't as nice as that.
No bedazzles.
If you go to the festivities tomorrow, complimentary breakfast from Donut Drive and Doug. They're going to fatten up for the slaughter tomorrow.
Oh, boy, they will be heavy.
Lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, right when those donuts start settling in, because at that point you've laid a base.
Yep.
Nah, you start to wash it down with some Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
I'd like a whole fryer, please.
And all your Michelob Ultras included. You have the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, a long drive competition courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast. And then tomorrow's after party food is Texas Roadhouse. And on Friday, it's from Super Smokers. And tomorrow, I believe it's Andy Banker who will be joining us. And on Friday, it's Bob Ramsey who will be joining us as our charity partner is the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of the late, great Brian McKenna, his cousin, or his nephew, who Martin had on Sports Final last night on the 2 Fox. Ryan McKenna is going to be out there as well. And then you got Brian McKenna Day on the South Side on Saturday. That's going to be on Mackland in between Devonshire and Nottingham. That'll be an all-day pony. starting, I believe, at 2 p.m. on Saturday. So we'll pay tribute to Brian McKernan. It's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. If you're interested in signing up, 101ESPN.com, and then Stiefel. And I see Tex asking what is on my hat. It's actually a Stiefel logo.
It's a bear.
Yeah. Even though I'm a bull.
That's the bear and the bull fighting, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take a look at your portfolios. Who's winning? The Stiefel Charity Classic is donating 2 weekly grounds tickets to each of the 4 winners each day. And we're going to have second and third place prizes as well, courtesy of Oak Valley Golf Course. Plus, Oak Valley Golf Course is offering a dual membership for golf at Sugar Creek and Oak Valley for the remainder of this year and all of 2026. So if you want to play somewhere, 2,800 will give you a membership at both golf courses, and they're going to donate of that 2,800 $100 of each sale to the St. Louis Hero Network as well. So if you're looking for a place to play, you got a couple courses, Oak Valley and Sugar Creek. So there you go. Doug, there it is. You've been briefed on what we have coming up tomorrow and Friday. It is the Dotem, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, and the proceeds, portions of the proceeds supporting the St. Louis Hero Network in honor of Brian McKernan.
There's going to be the potential to eat an awful lot out there tomorrow and Friday. I wonder if it wouldn't make sense if the good Dr. Pryor could pull the tusk off some of these walruses just so there's some food left for the rest of us. I mean, right at the get-go.
You think some of the gentlemen are going to fatten up?
It's a good thing we have a dentist out there, because there will be some people that are going to need some incisors yanked. Stop eating.
I think it's going to be a Hall of Fame day of eating. I mean, truly.
It sounds like it is.
Kick it off, 2 donuts, ultra throughout.
Yeah, to wash it down.
Right.
Whole fryer lunch.
Lee's chicken, pack it up. And then, and
a side of beef for dinner.
Texas Roadhouse at night.
Guys, I didn't hear it in the copy, but will Lee's be sponsoring foot rubs for any mothers who come out to play or watch? That's
good question.
Everyone turned and looked at me. I don't know why that would be the case.
Well, I mean, that's your account. Like if it were James Carlton, they'd look at me. I've been doing James Carlton endorsements for close to a decade.
Right.
That's your account. So I don't know.
And his customer service, you could say, is like the foot rub of insurance.
Don't you weave your kinks into my advertisers.
No foot rubs. Everyone keep your shoes on tomorrow.
Okay. Really?
It's kind of a surprise and disappointing all at the same time.
Now, what about if someone shows up in tennis shoes and not golf shoes? Do you look down your nose at them as well?
No. I mean, I've looked down on your ability to plant your feet in the ground and get a quality swing out there. But again, who am I the judge? I can't hit the ball.
How about street shoes?
What does that mean? Like hard-soled?
Yeah, like wingtips or something.
You'd see that in old basketball gyms where it says, like, no hard-sole shoes. 1955. Didn't even make hard-sole. Where are you buying hard-sole shoes?
People running up and down with boondockers on.
Yeah, you can wear whatever you want. I'm not going to judge.
Okay.
I think it would actually behoove somebody. It'd really make me laugh if someone showed up in denim, maybe an Ed Hardy long sleeve, skin tight.
And turns out to be a +5 handicap and is dunking on you.
That would be awesome. That would be super cool.
Got this text from the 618. A guy in blue jeans won all kinds of money at the Turkey Day tournament at Annbriar last time I played it. Take that, Jackson.
I love Annbriar.
That's a great... what'd you call it? A great track? Is that what you would call it?
I never say track.
Waterloo
I say
is kind of like the hidden oasis of golf in the St. Louis metro area.
What's the other course over there?
I got Acorns out there. I got Mystic Oaks, Waterloo Country Club, and then Annbriar.
Club. All right, they're active in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Sherman Kurt shows up on the dais, and they come flocking. Now that they know that Joe Buck is a Chairman Kurt lemming. Okay. That's street cred right there. You ought to put that on whatever your app that you're using file. You know? The headline. What are you using your nephew as a prop? And then you can say Joe Buck's favorite on-air personality.
Damn, I should have got a pick yesterday.
Your favorite broadcaster's favorite broadcaster. That's right. You and Chapel Roan.
I asked him, we were walking in the lobby at the second location. I said, do you really listen to this? He said, yeah, absolutely. I thought maybe that was just a little bit of a shtick, but he sounds like he listens.
Oh, no, he truly is a passionate Cardinal fan. Passionate. And we'll text quite a bit throughout the week about your Fighting Redbirds, Doug, who said, hello, Orioles, we're still mad about you leaving St. Louis. Low so many years ago.
I'm not over it.
Yeah, and we're going to exact some revenge. And that's exactly what those Redbirds did last night. Nolan Arenado, how do you do? Oh, back-to-back triples from the young birds. Fine by me. Hello again, everybody.
Think of all those good years we missed with the Orioles. Jim Palmer and Brooks Robinson. Brooks Robinson could have played here. Gus Triandos. We missed Gus Triandos' career.
We did get Tito Landrum, though.
Yeah.
But it would have been great to have him playing with the Browns and then coming back to St. Louis with the Cardinals. 85 World Series hero, Tito Landrum. Am I right on that?
Was he the hero? Well, they lost the thing, so I don't think there was a big hero.
I don't recognize the loss. We're still doing the Red Sox hat thing, huh? That's from I Don't Know the Years, Tim, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that's critical of Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, we're going to rock the. I paid top dollar for this hat. We're going to get some wear out of it.
And you have a lady friend up that way.
I got a friend up in Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. Southie?
What does that mean? I know the
That's
term.
a neighborhood. It's like if I say Ladue, it's a neighborhood.
I don't believe Southie is the neighborhood. I think I was in Lowell. I don't really know the geography of the area, but I was in Lowell.
Lowell, Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah. Are we even going to talk about city at all? Doug, that's from Big Tuft, and most of his texts start with, yeah.
Okay.
Yesterday at 8:57, he said, yeah. Isn't this a damn sports show?
Well, at times it is.
Times it isn't.
Yep.
All right, Doug, you're going to break down the Cardinals and Orioles and also give your perspective on what went wrong with City and their second coach in a matter of 12 months, and now it's on to the third.
Okay.
I know you had kind of an essay.
Strong opinions on what went wrong with City.
So you're going to hear Doug's strong opinions coming up.
Okay.
It is TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The Cubbies are going tra-la, tra-la. Don't count on the Mets, tra-la, tra-la. The Cardinals are coming, tra-la, tra-la. The Cubbies are saying the Blacks in the bag. The Cardinals are winning, it's too soon to brag. But when it's all over and October's here, Alberta will win it, 'cause this is our year. Look out, because we're swinging our clubs. Beware you Mets, don't make any bets. We're drinking a beer, 'cause this is the year. The Cardinals are coming. Tra-la-la-la-la-la.
Oh, jazz flute.
Well, they were playing this in Baltimore last night, as the Cardinals are indeed coming. Tra-la, tra-la. Doug, what a comeback win it was for the Redbirds.
Nice little W. Pretty good, not great starting pitching from Palante. Kept them in it.
One bad pitch, really.
Yeah. And 3 1/3 scoreless relief from 3 different relievers. It's a good outing. Nice win.
But because the Cubs are getting to play the Gateway Grizzlies, the texters say?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it if they didn't have them right there.
It was an extra inning W for the Cubs. So the Cardinals remain 3 back, but they are 31-24 on the season after the win last night. Nolan Arenado going yard, back-to-back triples from Gorman and Walker. Gorman hit another ball hard, but right back at the pitcher, so that was a bad beat in that capacity. But the Cardinals get the win. Here is the call of Nolan Arenado's go-ahead home run in the 8th.
No, hit the lever pail.
Otto. He hits one high in the air toward left. That's headed for the bird bath, and it is gone. Arenado with an ambush, and the Cardinals lead it 5-4.
Well, Nolan Arenado has been up there hacking today. It's been first pitch swinging pretty much every single at-bat. He does it again. A slider that catches some of the plate, and he catches his 6th home run of the season to give the Cardinals the lead.
Base hit.
Yeah, that was a knock right there. Good piece of hitting, you could just tell.
No, it's not a good piece of hitting when you hit one in the seats.
Into the bird bath.
Absolutely not. Only an opposite field single is a nice piece of hitting. That's it.
How is Pestis feeling about his prediction of 95 wins? I would imagine he's probably on hold. Is he on hold?
Yeah.
Is he really? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, I guess I'll go right to him. That was
Maybe
just
we
a
should
text
ask
from
him.
Bourbon Bob. Good morning, Pestis.
Pestis?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What's on your mind?
How we doing this morning, gentlemen?
Just fine. How are you down in Festus?
I'm doing great down here. Hey, Doug, how you feeling this morning?
Well, I'm feeling fine, thank you.
Good.
Circle.
If you remember the beginning of the year, what did I tell you?
You said the Cardinals would win between 90 and 95 games.
Okay, take a look at where they're at right now.
I'm looking.
Right
yeah.
on pace.
No, pace to win about, what,
They
91?
are right on pace.
Mm-hmm. How did you know this was happening?
Yeah, what did you know?
Grandma Johan.
I've been a Cardinal fan for 62 years. I don't give up on this team no matter what.
Well, what
You
was it
just
about
gotta
it
have
that you
faith.
liked? What did you like about it so much there at the beginning when so many people didn't think they had much of a chance?
Spring training,
Spring
when the
training.
young boys were playing.
Okay.
I told you, let the young boys play and let them have their way, and they will play beyond the beliefs.
Okay. Well, that's what's happening for sure. You must
That
be
is
happy
what's
with this
happening.
ball club.
Oh, yes. I am very happy with this ball club.
You made your way up to any games this year, Pestis?
No, I'm blind, so I don't go to the games.
Not even for like the crack of the bat?
I like the crack of the bat. The more the bat cracks, the more I like it.
Yeah, that's true.
Amen.
As long as it's our Redbirds.
There it is right there.
is
You
right
just
there.
heard it
Yeah.
right there. We're going to be down in your territory the next couple of days with our golf tournament.
Yes, I know. You're going to be down here with the Dotem,
That's right.
which is a very worthy cause.
Amen, brother.
And those people who have not signed up for it and can play tomorrow, fill in those spots and take them so you won't have to worry about everything and you can get everything done.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
What a gesture.
The cause deserves it.
Amen. St. Louis Hero Network is the cause, and we'll be joined by some members of the St. Louis Hero Network tomorrow from Oak Valley Golf Course. So you ought to have the missus bring you over to the program so we could meet you in person.
Which program?
Our program. Or maybe...
You mean up in the office?
Doug?
Well, we'll be at the golf course.
Course, so we're only a few minutes away from you. If I know my geography.
Yeah, but my wife isn't familiar with those areas, and if she ain't familiar with them, she don't want to travel there because her directions sometimes are not the best in the world.
Yeah. Okay.
What if I get you an Uber?
How about that?
No, I don't trust Ubers, and there's a reason why.
Yeah.
I got called one morning, and they said, "This is Uber. Would you like to drive for us?" And I'm blind.
Clip that off. We can use that for a commercial.
And I said, "Yeah." I said, "Yeah, but how many insurance policies are you going to fill out for people I hit?"
It was a reasonable question.
Estes, you think Stevie Wonder's really blind?
I know he is.
How do you know?
I know it for a fact. I grew up in the Gaslight, St. Louis area when Stevie Wonder and them used to play up in that area. And when I was young, and as a kid, my mom used to be able to get passes to some of the shows. I got to see Stevie Wonder 3 or 4 times. I know darn good and well he's blind.
All right, Doug. There it is. That's Pestis's perspective on Stevie Wonder. Pestis, we appreciate the information. So many people wagered when you said the Cardinals would 90 to 95 wins, and they're currently on pace, Doug, for 91 wins. How about this guy? He knows his ball, I guess.
He sure does.
Thank you, Pestis.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. And the attendance needs to go for the Cardinals.
The attendance needs to go for the Cardinals.
That's true. It needs to improve.
Pestis from Festus on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier, Greg Warren in studio at 8:15. He's got a new special out. And Adam Wainwright will join us at 9 o'clock. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Send yours in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you compete in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. If you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you're going to want somebody who is local. Brown & Crouppen is local, founded in St. Louis in 1979, and you get to hear them here on the program. Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, and Ed Herman. You get to know them, and you know you can count on them. It's Brown & Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. 7:39 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win yesterday, and they go for the important series win against the Orioles today. It's a 5:35 first pitch for the Cardinals. Miles Michaelis toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I was leaving work. I think it was 2014, maybe?
No, I don't know the years, Tim.
And inside STL's rankings of best CEOs in St. Louis, the number one CEO. Of course, I'm not leaving until 7 o'clock. And walking out of our office at 19th and Locust in downtown St. Louis. And you know who was walking into the building to go to the restaurant, Jim Edmonds' old restaurant there?
I'm going to need initials.
You're listening to her voice right now.
Barbara Streisand? Babs? Here? I don't know who this is.
Smooth Operator, 1985.
Sade?
Yes! Okay. Just hanging out at 19th and Locust.
Really?
It's pretty unbelievable.
And you would recognize her just out of the blue.
Yeah. I recognize Sade. I did recognize Sade.
Were you confused why she was in our fair city?
Still to this moment.
I think she was playing in that poker tournament you had up there.
Oh, is that right? I think she was on the third floor.
in Omaha.
Yeah, we were playing some PLO. And Sade came in.
That's a dream. That's when you have to start pinching yourself.
Sade! Yes! That's what 636.
Okay, stop it.
People love Sade.
You don't really expect to see major celebrities on the streets of St. Louis, so...
In particular, 19th and Locust.
Right. So you're not really... the antenna, the radar's not out looking for people, really. So sometimes I think some big name could walk past you and you wouldn't even know it.
Like Sade.
Uh-huh.
But we kind of run in the same circles.
Oh, I imagine you do, yeah.
Now, there were studios right across from the Inside STL World headquarters at 19th and Locust. We were on the south side of Locust, and on the north side of Locust was Fat Buddha Studios.
Oh, yeah. There's great work there.
And a number of recording artists would come there because that's apparently one of the best places to record tracks. You did your second album with Andre 3000 and Sade, and you recorded it at Fat Buddha Studios, if I'm not mistaken.
I was not at Fat Buddha Studio. I did it down in Afton at that bowling supply store.
They
got a little back room there that worked well.
I used Sade as my walk-up song in college baseball. Sweetest Taboo.
No, that's not a
from
good
the 636
song.
Well, if you're the pitcher, aren't you a little surprised when you hear the Sweetest Taboo?
You don't want to mellow out when you're coming to the plate, do you?
Some people.
No, you don't want to mellow out. You want to get jacked up.
Yeah, but you don't want to get too quick. You start hacking the change-ups.
Brother.
That song was featured in the movie Indecent Proposal. Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore and Robert Redford. That's from Sharon and Clayton, Doug.
Okay.
Kind of taking Jackson's song and dance right there. Indecent Proposal, good or bad?
Never seen it.
Oh!
Isn't that like the ultimate cuckold movie?
Clip that off.
Wouldn't it be?
Forgetting Sarah Marshall is tough for old Jason Segel.
Yeah, and he didn't receive $1 million from Robert Redford in order to be cucked.
No, certainly not. Russell Brand was really giving it to him there.
It's my favorite movie of all time.
Not a bad call.
I just saw Sheila E. on the Metrolink. That's from Drinking with Kevin in Wright City.
I don't think you did.
Play the damn drum, Jackson! That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig, yes.
Sorry, I was doing something else. Here, give me a moment.
Doug, Nick's highlights are over there right now. If you want those.
Well, the TV went down.
Got it.
All right, here you go.
Welcome to the Bonita Show. I am here at Fat Buddha Studio, where we're going to record Joshua today. I'm with the singer, hip-hop artist, Joshua. Joshua, say hi to the world.
What's up, world?
Oh, brother.
And Doug, you would have preferred there, considering it wasn't live, that once she stumbled over.
If it's the first sentence and you stumble, just start over. Say, wait, let's start over again. And just get it right.
How can you be so sure it wasn't live?
Where would it be going out live to?
Well, believe it or not, this thing's going out live to people.
True.
That's more stunning than anything. And Benita has a wonderful program. She just stumbled, and I would imagine that if you're sitting next to Joshua, you'd be a little nervous as well.
What a world.
314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text inbox. That's how you can participate. You can call in like Pestis from Festus. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Big Blonde Dan's in there talking to Tiny Pee-Pee, also Rich Pee-Pee, and Cucky the Dwarf. They're all in there, Doug, and you can go in there too. 190 friends have gathered this morning to watch the program and talk it over throughout the course. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, you have a passionate take on City that you wanted to get off your chest, and the audience has been waiting, so here it is.
I don't want to have to say I told you so, but I didn't feel like Mellberg was a good fit, despite his success with IF Broman Pajkarna in Sweden. The style they played there won't cut it in this man's MLS. Yes, he'd had success with the Danish side Fremad Amager and also the Swedish club Helsingborgs, but it's a different game here, and you got to ratchet it up. So he seemed like a nice enough guy, but I'm just not sure he was ready to coach at this level, Timmy.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Mm-hmm. And so now we get Critchley, and we'll see if he can do better.
And they love it in St. Louis.
Yeah. Well, I hope they do. David Critchley's a new man in charge.
And what do you like about his style?
Well, I think he's going to play a style that St. Louisans like. I think he's going to want to score some more goals and prevent more. I think he's going to demand good goalkeeping from Roman Burkett, and I think that he's going to try to limit the turnovers.
Oh, baby!
That's what separates him from a lot of other coaches. And if he can implement that style, I think we'll see an improved club, Timmy.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
New coach bump?
I would expect the club to get a new coach bump, which means they might score a goal over the next 2-3 games.
That indeed would be a bump.
Guys, it sounds like Doug discovered ChatGPT. Yeah. That's from the Jefferson Barracks Gigolo.
Roman Burkett!
I do enjoy the play-by-play guy.
Joey Zanaboni, the pride of St. Gabriel's and St. Louis U High.
Did everybody go to St. Gabriel's?
Yes.
Everyone in South City goes to the same school.
They want to win basketball tournaments.
Well, you don't really have to go there to win. You know they're going to do it, whether you're there or not.
People want to go to Alabama to win national championships. They want to go to St. Gabriel's to win grade school championships.
Okay.
Show some respect.
Because that is the highlight of anyone's athletic career, is trying to get that 5th grade basketball tournament championship.
That hits close to home.
What's the Gabe's mascot again? Gators?
Yeah, Gators.
Nice. Chomp, chomp.
The St. Gabe's Gators.
Right. Love alliteration. Can't get enough of alliteration. Greg Warren's going to be in studio here coming up on the Stiefel Dossier, 8:15. And Adam Wainwright's going to join the program at 9 o'clock. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. And finally, we have summer weather coming to St. Louis. Doug, have you taken a gander at the forecast?
I have, yeah. It's going to warm next week, looking possibly
just glorious.
Upper 80s, low 90s.
My goodness, after the garbage winter weather, flooding in November, frozen tundra in January, the rain, record-setting rain in April, the storms in May. Finally, albeit in June, we finally get summer weather in St. Louis. So that means your HVAC guy has to be Seth Goldcamp, because he's going to take great care of you with no upselling. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Seth and his team, the longest running sponsor on TMA going back a decade. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Martin Kilcoyne's a client as well, and Gary Kornfeld, who made the mistake of cutting me at St. Louis U High, and I know that's kept him up.
He regrets it.
At night.
Yeah.
Just texted me and sent me a picture, and he said, I'm down here at SLU trying to teach driver's ed, 46-year driver's ed with Gary Kornfeld, by the way, and look who I bumped into, and sure enough.
Sade.
No, not Sade today.
She was all over town.
Martin Kilcoyne has infiltrated the fortress of the University High School.
Okay.
No cadets on campus. I thought that was a policy.
You can sniff them out just as soon as they get close?
I believe so. Gary Kornfeld has sent a picture, so I don't know what Martin's doing down there, but I don't like it at all.
Sniff out a CBC grad.
That's right.
Boy's got too much CBC in him.
Tim, I heard Olaf Melberg went to St. Gabe's. Any truth to the rumor that he'll be returning to the pitch to manage the 8th grade team? That's from little Tommy Tribbins, and he rides a tricycle out in the parking lot. He's 5-6 years old, but texts in the program, does a great job.
I don't imagine Olaf will stoop to that level.
Is that a promotion? MLS to St. Gabe's?
It is not.
A promotion, You're right. That's exactly. Hello, world. I hear City sacked their footy coach. I wish Doug would take this MLS thing more seriously instead of just reading the Wikipedia. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. That's from Brian Henshin, who is covering Caitlin Clark, and she's going to be out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe he was also covering the Pacers last night.
Probably not.
Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Yes, absolutely, all of them. He was really stunned by that. Professional world-class soccer players can actually kick with both legs.
Jackson, I think it'd be wonderful if we actually heard the reporter's answer. I know that you're going to have to pull that up, but yeah, that was the friend of the show, Mike Francesa, asking if gentlemen kick with both legs.
I'll say this, I can barely kick a ball with my left foot. Barely. Not a great kicker with the right foot. But left foot, I might fall over if I had to kick a soccer ball with my left foot.
And that is why Francesa asked.
Yeah, maybe it's not such a bad question.
Sure, guys. If a CBC grad is on the SLU High campus, there's likely a maintenance issue that needs tending to. That's from Minute Bowl eligible. Go ahead, Jackson.
One moment, I got to get the exact.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. They don't go into lockdown if a CBC student approaches the campus, do they?
It seems like Gary Kornfeld's at peace with it.
Okay.
And maybe he was sending that image for me to alert security. I don't know.
All right, here we go.
Okay, love to hear it. Hit the lever pail.
And a system that takes place.
And I saw a guy make a winning kick with a lefty kick. Are there guys who kick with both legs?
Most everybody kicks with both legs.
Oh, they do, huh? Wow. I mean, there's not a strong leg. They kick with both legs, huh?
Everybody kicks usually, except for sometimes lefties, Mike. You know, there's a little dominance for left footers.
So everybody uses, there's not a power leg. They each use both legs, huh?
Generally use both legs,
Wow.
Mike. There can be a predominant leg, but you really have to be capable.
So even your righty even has to be able to kick with his left leg then, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay. Gosh. I noticed that because I know them kick left. I said, wow, I wonder if a lot of guys kick with both legs. So everybody kicks with both legs. Okay.
He still doesn't get it.
So that was... And
he was trying to explain you have a dominant leg, of course, but you can't kick with the other one.
He was talking to the St. John soccer coach, who was a 2-time NCAA Coach of the Year.
I got to tell you, Doug, with what you call a quarter century of a Hall of Fame career here in St. Louis, and those are your words, not mine, I would imagine we could probably pull 100 clips of me asking an absolutely ridiculous question. However, the one thing that outside of Francesa's compensation package, about, $6-7 million a year, the other thing I envy is that when he asks the bad question, he revisits it 6 more times.
Yeah,
right.
Just to make sure.
It would be like asking an NBA player, can you make a left-handed layup?
Yeah, yes.
Kevin Durant going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour. I'll ask.
That'd be great.
You wouldn't know what to do with yourself.
What's up, Easy Money Sniper?
Flip that off.
Left-handed layups are kind of tough, though.
Not if you get paid $50 million a year
not
to
at
do.
the NBA level, they are not.
Oh.
But like a high school kid going hard, shooting with the left hand, it's not easy.
Here, you got a kid in middle school, you got a kid 5th, 6th grade looking to get better at basketball. Brush your teeth with your left hand. Eat dinner with your left hand.
Look at this. Look at Coach Burkett.
Start getting comfortable with using your left hand for things that you'd always use your right with.
Yeah, or just practice the left-handed layup.
Just get your left hand much more use. You gotta use your left hand more.
Okay.
Yeah, start doing everything with your left, and that'll help. And then be confident, Still a hand.
I found it easier just to jump off the wrong foot and put it up right-handed.
Yeah, it's a good way to put that ball in the bleachers.
Well, a lot of them went there anyway.
Hey, guys, Sade went to St. Raphael's. Thanks. That's from Big Tough.
She didn't.
Is that just right across Francis P?
Yeah.
Is there a natural rivalry there with St. Gabe's and St. Raphael's?
You know what they say, in order for it to be a rivalry, the other team has to win every once in a while.
Right. No, brother. They have 2 Catholic schools right across a park from each other?
For the kids
we love the Lord on the south side.
They got enough kids to go around to
That's right.
fill those schools
Sade
up?
went there.
Yeah, Sade.
She came from out of town to go there.
Yeah. Orson Woods wacko pleasures his wife's boyfriend with both hands. That's from Mr. Licks.
Oh.
Where did that come from?
No.
I guess it's
Uncalled for.
Francesa's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not appropriate.
Greg Warren only works clean, and he's going to be in studio, even though this program does not. He's going to be with us at 8:15. Adam Wainwright also only works clean, and he's going to be with us at 9 o'clock here on TMA. The Cardinals do this thing, Doug, and I enjoy it, and I sent it to Little Jackie Papers. I didn't know if I was getting you a little too early this morning because it was right around 5 a.m., but I was up at 4.
I was up.
You were up? What time did you get up today, baby?
4:45.
Wow. Where after they walk off shaking hands following a victory, the camera's sitting right there outside the clubhouse, and they give their shout-outs. Who would you have given your shout-out to last night when you were walking off the field wearing a Navy hat with a road uniform?
I guess Nato. Nice knock, Nato.
All right, let's see what it sounded like.
Shout out Nada, big swing right there. Hey, shout out Hill, say shout out, bro.
That's a whole team win right there.
Lars for the big day. Thought everyone had good at bats. Lars had some great bats.
Shout out to Nado. Shout out Lou. Shout out Nado. Great job.
Shout out Nado. Shout out J-Walk. Shout out Gorm.
Base hit.
I like that they've done that now, like the past probably 3 or 4 wins.
They seem to like that.
I kind of like it, too.
I'm a big fan.
It's kind of a little game summary. It's like your 3 stars, but in baseball.
Yeah, and it's fun
coming from the players.
And I like more behind-the-scenes stuff. More, John Gruden, when he visited, did a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff in the clubhouse, hanging out. I just like being out there hanging out with the guys. I think it brings fans some connection to a team that's fun. That's a lot of personality.
It has to be an inside job. The Cardinals have to be doing that.
They are,
It's
yes.
not just another media guy.
It's the Cardinals PR team doing
So
that.
somebody had a good idea in the PR department to do that.
We had to doff their cap.
And it's
Here, let's all
working.
doff. One glorious doff.
All right, nice doff.
Yeah. Jeremy, did you doff?
I did like a doffing motion.
Okay, that'll do. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Skeens level, but Tim
I'm doing the Skeens level.
That even is a little soft for Skeens. No, I like
So it's
that.
a nice touch.
Yeah, shout out Nado seems like the right. You could say shout out Nado for the last 2 wins, really.
I'm not sure I've seen any other team do that. If they are, I haven't seen it on my feeds anyway. It could be an original idea.
I would say that pro sports in America across the board have done social media people have done a really good job with like little stuff like that, like asking
Rockies' social media team's killing it this year.
maybe not the
They all
Rockies,
resigned.
but like the hockey, basketball teams, like they'll like put up a little question of the day, and the players will come by and answer it. And it's it's very little, but it gives you a little peek into the player's personality that you don't get to see in a post game presser or even when they come on the radio. You know?
Sure.
I just opened up my TikTok, and I see Ernie Johnson's talking it over with Timothy Chalamet and Ben Stiller last night in Indianapolis.
That's right.
And Ernie Johnson told Chalamet that he's playing Ernie in the biopic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe about 40 years, but
You like that jawline king, don't you?
he's great.
Jackson loves Timothy Chalamet.
Well, yeah. Why so much?
Yeah, great actor.
Aura.
But he makes great choices, you know.
But the bottom line is you're attracted to him.
No.
Is he attractive?
He is attractive, yeah.
Are
There's
you
no
attracted
doubt.
to him?
No.
Who are you more attracted to, him or Eric from the Central West End?
Neither, but both are attractive. It's tough, though. Different kind of attractive.
Doug, what's the Mount Rushmore guys you're attracted to?
There is no Mount Rushmore of such.
Have you seen the TikTok trend of bros calling other bros just to tell them good night?
No. I hope I never do.
Boy, what's going on with your algorithm?
I haven't even got into that one.
Yeah.
And Lord knows I
can
hang out in the dirty.
I consider doing it to you, Doug.
Bros calling each other to say goodnight.
Yeah,
Could you imagine a call from Kurt Gardner at 10 p.m. and he just says good night?
Yeah, you put the guy on speakerphone and then somebody's recording you, and I would call you and say, "Hey, Doug, just getting ready to hop in bed. Just wanted to tell you good night."
And what kind of response are you looking for when you make a call like that?
I mean, whatever's organic for you.
You say, okay, good night.
And that's kind of the way a lot of the people receive such
I would
calls.
think so, yeah. But you get a kick out of doing that.
I haven't done it, but I do like it. I feel bad. I've spoiled it. Now I guess I can't do it to you.
It's this generation's version of the prank phone call from...
Is it a prank?
Years ago.
I think it's prank adjacent. There's no malice to it, but it's just... I think there needs to be more bros telling other bros good night.
I don't know. We used to call bowling alleys and say, "This the bowling alley? Yeah. Can I rent shoes there? Oh, sure. Do you have 16-pound balls? Yes. Wow, what size jock you got?" That's a ha-ha. The guy would slam the phone down.
So you're going to do that tonight on your TikTok?
I might do that.
You know what? I bet Greg Warren's listening to this, and he's just taking all the material.
He'll steal that one.
He's stealing our material.
Bring it back to
very popular
Was it the
prank.
Jerky Boys? That was the name of the prank phone call guys?
Well, they did it when I was a kid. We made calls like that. That was before the Jerky Boys.
So apparently these guys call each other up and say sweet dreams. Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Guess we got to get this
Why would
audio.
you do that?
What's the problem with it?
Well, you're bothering the other person.
You know, you get them before they...
What do you hope happens?
They tell you sweet dreams back.
This is why I go on Do Not Disturb starting about 8:45.
I'm all Do Not Disturb all
I'm
the
calling
time.
you tonight,
You
Doug.
can, you
It
can
won't go
call me
through.
100 times. You're not getting through.
It's not going through. I'm on Do Not Disturb. For reasons exactly like this.
Tim, I'll call you later to say goodnight. That's Eric in the Central West End, and now Jackson's jealous of me. Imagining Doug in his black velvet jammies climbing into bed is almost too much to think about. That's from Big Tuft. Didn't Larry Nickel used to send Tim goodnight messages? Yes, I can confirm. I think he does that with anybody who follows him on Snapchat. And I never looked at my DMs on Snapchat until... I guess maybe the late, great Jay Randolph Jr. said, "Larry's sending goodnight messages to everybody." And I go, let me see if I got one. And it turned out I had about 300 from the past year.
Oh, my.
And you watched them all in a row.
You did? Hey, Tim. Good night. Click.
Well, I
Hey,
guess
Tim.
it's a nice gesture.
It is a nice.
Depending on who it's
See,
coming
so
from.
now you're on board with the chairman's...
Either it's a really nice gesture from a kind-hearted person, or it's a major smartass trying to get under your skin.
Do you think Martin's
I'll talk to you later, KW, Snapchat.
Do you think Martin's listening right now?
Probably not.
I think he's at the UI with Gary Cornfield. That's what it
I
looks
might
like.
call him tonight and tell him good night.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on the air until like 11.
Oh, good. So call about 12. Give him time to get home. And blow up his phone.
Martin. Sweet dreams, man. I'll see you in a couple hours.
Sharon and Clayton says it's not always true. Any one of your favorites gets past the Do Not Disturb. It doesn't apply to them. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
I don't have any favorites.
What about your lover?
I mean, she gets right. You can set certain people get through.
That's what Sharon and Clayton's saying.
Oh, well, she said favorites. Yes, I have that. Kurt is not on that list. No offense.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a moment right there, Doug.
Well,
Jackson wants that putt back.
Clearly, it's warranted because I might be getting a call at 10 p.m. saying goodnight. Although I would appreciate it.
I don't block anybody at night just for fear that I'm going to really get an important phone call at night.
I'd rather wake up and find out about it. Get a good night's sleep.
It's easy just to say, I don't want to talk to that guy and not answer it.
God, my 3-year-old ran in last night. I thought, boy, my wife's just getting aggressive with this cuck situation. This guy's right next to me. Now it's just a 3-year-old. I mean, just doing like linebacker tackling drills, running into the bed. It was 4 a.m. That's why I was texting you TikTok videos at 5. 3-year-old comes running in. I guess there's either an earthquake or there's a gentleman lover in here with us. Either way, I'm up.
But all you care about is getting that extra 30.
I just want to go back to sleep.
Right.
That's what I care about.
Right.
Bad night for REM sleep, Doug. Only 40 minutes of REM sleep.
That doesn't seem like a lot.
For my whoop right there. Check out the whoop. No, that's the reason. Bad news. Bad news. Greg Warren's going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments on the morning after. He's got a comedy special that the New York Times has an article just came out. 6 very different specials worth your time over Memorial Day weekend. And Greg Warren was listed there with Sarah Silverman. You're a big Mike Birbiglia guy, right?
Oh, huge Birbiglia guy.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Emily Wilson, Jared Carmichael. I know you watched that one. And Greg Warren all listed, along with comedian CP. That's Sunday after 6. Those are the 6 specials. Greg Warren, New York Times. He's in studio with us next, Adam Wainwright, at 9 o'clock. The program is called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we are very grateful for the sponsors that make it possible. Doug, one of those sponsors is Mark Milton.
And he is there for you. If you ever should have any kind of problem with the IRS, he will take on the godforsaken tax man for you. That's what he does. If you have unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, maybe wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or heaven forbid you're facing IRS criminal investigation, these are serious legal problems, and you need a pro in your corner, and that pro is, of course, Mark Milton. You can contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He is simply one of the best in the entire country at what he does. He now helps individuals and small businesses here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. If you have any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Listen live on the TMA STL app or watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/TMA STL. You're listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. You call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. The number is his personal cell phone. I've talked to him on this number. I can validate it. The number is 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he'll get you the best interest rate possible. He also has the bagel loan that can help you out as well. What's the bagel loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Welcome back to The Morning After, 101 ESPN, and you can watch us on YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube, Doug, you might realize, well, hold on a second. I just see a big red block.
Oh, I don't realize anything then.
This. You can't see that Greg Warren is in studio.
I just fixed it.
Jackson's experiencing a lot of hatred from the YouTube viewers, Greg.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I fixed it in
that can't be
2
fun,
seconds
man.
flat.
These guys can be pretty vicious. I've found that out lately.
Yeah, your special's on YouTube. Welcome to the cauldron.
Yeah. Yeah, I got some really nice comments, and I also got a lot about this guy's wearing eyeliner, and I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. I've gotten that since the third grade, but
really?
The third graders weren't as harsh as some of the YouTube comments.
they were more understanding.
Yeah, somebody said it's worse when they're on your side. The guy was like, who's the makeup artist, man? They massacred my boy's face. I'm like, no, dog, that's just my face. Like, I don't really know. Hurts. Yeah, it does, man. Yeah.
Greg Warren is in studio with us here on TMA, friend of the program, and has a new special out. It is called The Champ. And Doug, there was a column leading into Memorial Day weekend in the New York Times with the headline, 6 very different specials worth your time on the long holiday weekend. Included Sarah Silverman's special, Mike Birbiglia's special, Jared Carmichael's special, and our guest in studio, the pride of Kirkwood High School, Greg Warren's special listed in there as well. How about that?
That's big time stuff.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome. That guy, I think he's just a fan because he reviewed my last special too. Yeah, I've had 2 specials reviewed in the New York Times. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch hasn't weighed in on either of those.
Not that was a shot or anything.
No.
Do you see a big bump with that on
does
the
that
YouTube numbers?
I imagine it has to increase numbers because it links directly to your special.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going well. It's going better than the last one. It's off to a good start, but it comes from so many different places. You never know.
Is the metric as simple as views? Is it?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
There's nothing else to it now.
Yeah. It doesn't even matter if it's funny. It's
anything that they'll watch.
Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, I think. Yeah, it works. If there's probably several views that are just somebody watching for 5 seconds or whatever, but
that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Can't you do that yourself? Just watch and click off, and then
let's not give away like secrets.
That's the trades. You're talking trades now here with Greg. You can't
come on, man.
Sorry,
people. A lot of people that think I'm a big deal out there.
So Nate Bargatze produced the special. What do we got going on here? You've had a friendship with him for a while, right?
Yeah, he did my last one. I've known him for a while, and we sort of, similar in that they're both family friendly. He's making a little more money than I am right now. But, yeah, I just went to Europe with him for 3 weeks and opened for him over there.
What was that experience?
It was great, man. Yeah, it was. We went to the top of the Eiffel Tower, and that was terrifying. I'm afraid of heights.
Same here. Do your palms start sweating? Then you go up the elevator and the whole deal?
The elevator is okay. Anything enclosed, I don't really. But in the middle, you get out of one elevator to get another, and you have to be out. Like anytime there's a railing,
are perspiring right there. Yep.
Yeah, anytime there's a railing, I don't care for it, and I feel the need to get real low. And there was these 2 really attractive French women that were, I mean, almost age appropriate, and they were just literally pointing at me and laughing. Like they were like, "No, look at him! No, seriously, he's scared."
Like you were trembling. And
how high up were you? I don't know. I mean, it's pretty far up there.
Yeah. There used to be a restaurant up there. Is there still a cafe up there at the top?
I don't think there's a restroom. I know that.
Oh.
Yeah. That was a big deal. That was almost worth it.
Well, there used to be a restaurant up there, I think.
I don't. Is that true?
I think
there's an office. I think the guy that built it had his office up there.
Yeah.
And they've preserved that. I don't remember a lot, Doug. I was terrified.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been there.
The Eiffel Tower is 400 feet taller than the arch.
So that's is that 1,023 or is that
1,063? I did a little estimating. I'll be candid with you.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Man, so you're 1,000. So, woo,
yeah.
Cats and dogs. I wouldn't do well with that.
No, and then the elevator, Nate was pushed me. It was crowded, and he pushed me to the edge where you can see out of it. And his daughter, middle school daughter, jumped up and down.
I'm not doing well with this.
No, it was bad. Yeah.
But you survived it.
I made
you
it.
Got through it.
Made it through that.
Okay.
We went to the Louvre.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Saw the Mona Lisa.
It's not very big, is it?
Not very big. No. Asked some dumb questions. We had sort of a private tour, and Venus de Milo, the one without the arms. Mm-hmm. I think a couple of things. I asked if it was created without arms, which that's not the case. It was. It was lost or damaged, and so that I didn't know that.
No.
And then that pyramid that you enter the Louvre, like it's made by that famous
glass thing.
Yeah, it's like a glass pyramid. Whenever they talk about the Louvre, most of what I know is from movies with Nick Cage in them, but or Tom Hanks, and I thought that was the Louvre, the pyramid thing. That's just the entrance.
That's just the entry.
Yeah.
It's the foyer of the Louvre.
Yeah, it is. I was like, what are all the buildings around the Louvre? And they're like, well, no, that's the Louvre. So it's pretty stupid.
How does your material translate in Europe?
Oh, they can't get enough of me, Tim. I mean,
The French love
the French.
Ward.
Yeah, it's me and Jerry Lewis. It's.
But they understand English. You can tell jokes and they get the nuances and things.
I think, like Norway was maybe the place where I thought it was still great, and they're Nate fans, so they know English. But Norway was maybe the most difficult. Obviously, the English-speaking countries, Dublin was fantastic, and Manchester. Yeah. The London audiences are a little more. I don't know. They felt they were great, but they felt more like opera or something.
A little more sophisticated.
Yeah.
Old money, kind of like at the Dotem the next couple of days.
A lot like the Dotem. Yeah. It's a lot of the same people, actually. Yeah. I saw some free Dotem shirts. Over there.
They love us in the UK.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, probably in front row.
Yeah. So those were. But Paris was the one where it was like all expats. I think it wasn't as many foreigners there.
There weren't a lot of French folk.
No, and I took several years of French in college at Mizzou. Had 3 years,
did
3
you
years
really?
at Mizzou.
Wow.
Yeah, and 3 years at Kirkwood. So
you could communicate with the people. No, you could not. After 6 years,
it's been a while. Yeah. I wasn't as focused on some of the academics and as I should have.
I'm there with you. I took 4 years of Spanish, and all I could say is Pepillos somos buenos amigos. Me and Pepe are good friends.
Yeah, that's right.
That's about all I can say.
Yeah.
The pride moment for Kirkwood right there. Greg Warren is in studio with us here. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in to the show. Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is active as the day is long. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Do you know when you get done recording this new special, The Champ, that you got something? Or is it one of those things that you don't know until the audiences get it?
No, I mean, it's the thing with stand-up, it's sort of the reverse of music. So I'm out doing this thing for 2 years.
So you know the material.
Developing the material. And I've figured out whether it works or not. So it's good. Now, you're always terrified, like that night is just not going to be the best night. And we did 2 shows, and the first show was kind of not the best crowd. So I was like, you got to be kidding me. I've been murdering with this material for the last 2 years. Really the last 6 months, it all came together. And that was fine, but it wasn't great. And then the second show was hot crowd. I did it in Columbus, Ohio. And I talked a lot about, I had a college wrestling career, guys.
I think that goes without saying.
Yeah,
when we have Adam Wainwright on, we're not going to say you pitch with the Cardinals. We know that. Everybody
knows. Yeah, you're right, man. And that's where Waino's a little better than me. Is that he doesn't feel the need to justify himself when he comes on this program. But I'm like, hey, it's a sports program. I need to constantly update you guys about my bio. But I talk a lot about. I talked a lot about my college wrestling career. The early years, I struggled in some of those early years. It's hard. I don't know if you guys. First match was against UNI, University of Northern Iowa. Mm-hmm. You guys might remember them. That was
Kurt Warner.
They clipped Missouri in the NCAA tournament.
First round, right?
First round. Three-pointer from the near side, Doug.
That was when Norm had cancer, wasn't it?
I think they were a 3 seed, and they were upset by Northern Iowa. And so you're motivated by that.
Well, this was before This was before that occurred.
Oh, well, then maybe the Missouri basketball team should have been motivated by yours.
They should have. What I did on that mat was not motivating to anybody. I got tired. I didn't get tired that much in high school. In high school, I had probably 3 tough matches a year. I got real tired in the first period, and I'm like on the mat on the bottom, just laying there, and they're all yelling at me. It's the West Gym. They all know wrestling. They're all on top of the mat basically, and everybody's yelling at me. My team's yelling. I'm like, guys, I agree. This is bad, but I can tell you, we're not going to fix it tonight. Like usually. when I get this tired, I don't get untired for a couple of days. My coach, Wes Roper, goes, get up. I was like, I don't know if you saw. I tried to do that 7 seconds ago, and this guy didn't want me to. Like, he threw me back down, Coach. That's why I'm still down here. Were you not even watching? And then I swear this occurred. The referee, I know his name, Mike Allen, the referee, the one guy in the gymnasium charged with my safety, started making fun of me. The referee goes, "Are you okay down there, son?" Ha 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 ha. Like he was playing to the crowd. Okay, he didn't care if I was okay, Tim. He was trying to get laughs, and as a comedian, I can tell you, he was good. Like he had a real good show that night, and it was that was like, I think it was the first match my freshman. It was awful, and he never. Like, I was good. I was the captain of the team. I worked hard. I wound up being good. But, I mean, I'm like one bad practice my senior year, he'd bring it up. Warren, this reminds me of when you laid down at Northern Iowa. Like, I was technically forced down. Lay down. Even if I had to, Warren, you got after today. Good job. Bunner, you're an embarrassment. You remind me of when Warren laid down at Northern Iowa.
This is a go-to example.
Yeah. I remember, because I had transferred there. I went to West Point my first year of college, and then my sophomore year I was at Mizzou, freshman year as far as eligibility wise, and my friend Darren Davis from Blue Springs in Kansas City, he'd been there for a year, and I knew Darren real well, and I don't know, this was after that match. I still didn't know Coach that well, and after the practice, he's like, "We're going to meet at the stairs, but we're going to run stairs," which you go from the bottom of Hearns all the way to the top of Hearns, and then like up and down several times. This is brutal, and we'd already had a bad practice, and I was hurt. Like I had struggled with some back stuff, and I go to Davis. I go, "Hey man, my back is killing me." I go, I'm telling you, I don't think I can run these stairs. I go, "You think if I asked Roper if I could just ride the exercise bike instead of run the stairs, he'd be cool with it?" And he goes, "Yeah, you should ask him." And I literally, like, as I'm asking him, I see Davis peering around just to see with like a smile on his face. I'm like, this is not going to go well.
He said no, didn't he?
He said no and some extra words, Doug.
Did he really?
Yeah, he had some extra comments around my performance in the past weekend. And
Do you still enjoy going home at night when you're alone and putting on the singlet?
No, Doug.
Clip that off.
I mean, you're a professional broadcaster, and that's the question that you're going to ask me. You're gonna just
yeah. He's gonna put you in an uncomfortable and untenable position.
It is. How do you answer that question, Tim?
I don't know. I thought maybe that was a thing for wrestlers.
Yeah. No, it's not. I'll just stop you right here. We're not gay either. I'm sure there are some gay, but I wasn't gay. That's not why I did it. That's usually the next question.
Is it really?
Yeah, and then there's something around the transition to professional wrestling. Do you want to go into that too?
Well, a lot of professional wrestlers were amateur wrestlers.
A few.
Brock Lesnar was
Brock Lesnar was national champ.
Kurt Angle was
Kurt Angle
national champ.
The same time I did. Yeah. Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah, he was a big time deal.
Yeah, he was at Clarion, and out of PA, which PA's got all these really good schools. Yeah. I think he might have been a year or two younger than me. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Now, when you do a special, you're talking what, an hour or so? How long are you on there?
I think we shot like an hour and change, and we edited it down to 50 minutes.
How do you remember an hour's worth of material without ever missing a beat?
Doug's like it's funny because that's like my friends. Like, usually the older people will ask that question. That's what they're most impressed by. You'll murder. I just murdered for an hour, and an old guy, I'm not just impressed that you remembered all that. I mean, there's punchlines, too. Did any of those? It's not impressive.
It is, too.
I say the same words.
Most people are terrified to get up in front of people and talk. That's like the number one fear that people have is a fear of public speaking. And to get up there and basically ad-lib, even though you know the material, for an hour, that's really a tough thing to do. You don't appreciate it because it comes easy for you.
Well, thanks, man. I tend to, the writing or the jokes are more, when I'm invested in. But yeah, the memorization. I mean, you read the news every night. You're fine with it, right?
Yeah, he's been with KMOV now going back to 1987.
We're not ad-libbing it.
You're not making all that stuff up?
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes I watch the sports. You seem like it's
I'm
off
not
the
there
cuff.
anymore. I haven't been there for almost 4 years. Thanks for watching.
Obviously you're trying to do that.
Right there, that's a trained broadcast.
You don't erase a career, but you had a good run.
Greg Warren's in studio with us. The new special is called The Champ. You can stream it on YouTube. Nate Bargatze produced it, and it's family friendly. We're going to make sure that people who want to make sure they can watch it with the kids.
There's not many of those around.
It's family friendly. Yeah, you, Nate, who else? That about it?
He's got it. There's some more people. Yeah.
Seinfeld doesn't work blue, right?
No. And
Gaffigan?
Sebastian Maniscalco every now and then will slip in an F word.
I don't think he's particularly dirty, though.
No,
Sebastian.
not really. No.
Yeah.
But he'll slip in a word every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say my favorite comics are filthy. It's just my style.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's funny. People come up to you and be like, what you do, it's easy to make jokes when you're swearing. I'm like, really? You write the jokes that Dave Attell writes because you can't. He's a genius, you know. Nikki Glazer is about as sharp of a joke writer as I've ever met, and it's just
a little blue.
She works blue.
Oh yeah.
But
so you wouldn't welcome her on the presentation, but you'll welcome Greg because he does not work blue.
Well, I welcome all of them. They've all been here.
Stream it on YouTube. It is called The Champ. Greg Warren, friend of the program, and again, it is considered to be one of the best new specials. You can watch it. I'm going to look forward to watching this tonight, man. I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
On the success. Always great to have you in studio.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Way to memorize.
Yeah.
Way to memorize, Greg.
To me, that's the impressive part.
I know it is, man.
Because some of us, sometimes I have to MC something, and you're talking for 2 or 3 minutes at a time, and you're constantly thinking, wait, did I remember everything? Did I get all that, what I was going to say? But to do it for an hour is tough.
It is. I've seen you MC. I saw you MC the Kirkwood Hall of Fame.
When you went in there.
But
is that right?
Yeah, but just recently, this past year, my dad went in, and Doug MC'd, and it was fantastic.
Yeah.
It looked like...
Did you compliment him on his memorization that he did?
I didn't. No, I didn't, because I thought that would be insulting.
It's because I was doing...
I just said it was a nice job.
I was doing a minute at a time, and someone else came up. You were doing an hour.
Tim, I said the opposite. I said, Doug, you didn't seem robotic up there at all. You seem like you were in the moment. You seem like you were enjoying yourself. I do. So there was... I think they got, 2 minutes or something?
They were supposed to go 3.
They're supposed to go 3 minutes. And my dad, he came in about 2:45. He nailed it.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
He knew the clock.
Some cross-country coach did about 25.
Yeah, I get that.
Were you giving him the rap?
He did. And I was sitting behind Wayne Baldwin, who was my cross-country coach, and I was like, Baldwin? They're up there, and he's trying not to laugh. I'm like, Baldwin, how come every time I come to these things and somebody goes along, it's a cross-country coach? I go, man, I swear to God, you better not pull this when they put you in the Hall of Fame, because I'm stepping in. You better not pull this garbage when they do this. Yeah.
It's hard to step in when the guy's 80 years old.
He's 80.
Weeping. Really enjoying this, and probably thought about it for months and months. And,
I got it. This guy, it was not like... I didn't realize I had 3 minutes, or I'm not sure where I'm at. He's like, I know I'm doing 25, and I'm going to do my 25. Yeah.
Greg Warren, it is called The Champ. Stream it on YouTube. It's always great to see you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg.
Greg Warren in the studio with us. And again, the special is called The Champ. Stream it on YouTube. We'll take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA. Adam Wainwright at 9 o'clock. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN.
Looking for a new home or to refinance? Mortgage loans can get complicated. Together Credit Union, here for you the entire step of the way. Your hometown loan provider is Together Credit Union. They've got a home loan solution for every single buyer out there. Get in on the action, whether it's your first home, downsizing, sizing up, or need a second mortgage. Together Credit Union, there for you. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, they have it all. Even have specialty loans like FHA, construction, union member mortgages. Together Credit Union knows it gets a little complicated. They're with you every step of the way, and it's all done in-house right here in St. Louis. It's togethercu.org, or stop by any of those 14 local St. Louis branches. Work directly with one of their amazing member advocates. So many cool things offered at Together Credit Union, from the Zoo debit card, the City SC debit card, and now chance for you to earn more interest. Empower Checking. Get paid to save with Empower Checking. Go to togethercu.org/Empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility required. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Big Sade Wednesday?
Apparently, because she was spotted in the city, spotted in your neighborhood. Where was she spotted? At Edmund's old restaurant.
The Inside STL offices, 19th and Locust. 2007 to 2016 is when we were down there. And she, I guess, was a fan of the show. I mean, I assume. Show plays well in the UK. And she was over to try to meet me. I didn't have the time.
No, I wouldn't have given her the time if I was you.
I had to play in a 10-cent, 25-cent no-limit hold'em game on Bovada against bots. And so I just didn't have time for Sade. But Jackson is paying tribute to that moment when we crossed paths with a Sade theme for Wednesday in honor of Greg Warren, who was in studio in the previous segment, and Adam Wainwright, who's a big Sade fan. And that's coming up at 9 o'clock. Maybe Sade would open for Adam when he plays here in St. Louis.
Oh, very well could happen.
I see that happening. Fisher Window and Door Store sponsor of the 8 o'clock hour on TMA. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And you can always go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast. That's Jason Gosrow. Doug's garage breaks like every other day, it seems. Is that the deal?
Well, not every other day, because Schaefer's been out there to fix it.
Yeah, but they've been there a couple times.
They have been there a couple times right now. Yeah, I'm looking for Schaefer. I didn't know that was on the log.
No.
I don't even have to look for anything because Schaefer is so darn good, and I know it's got one F.
Yeah, it is CHAEF. There's the one F. SCHAEFER. Door.com. That's Jason Gosrow, and he set up a number specifically for TMA listeners to call or text when they have garage door issues themselves. 636-782-3608. 636-782-3608. That's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster is garage door openers. They're strong, quiet, and versatile. It's LiftMaster and Schaefer Door. They service commercial doors as well. So if you're in a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text a number specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a LiftMaster partner. The program is The Morning After. We are on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing today. We will be live from Oak Valley tomorrow and Friday for the Dotem, the golf tournament presented to you by Michelob Ultra, and it's going to be a glorious, glorious affair. Doug does not know if he's playing. I know I am playing, and my foursome is playing Jackson's foursome. And Jackson's foursome is giving us 5.5 strokes for $15,000. I wanted to play for $100K. Really? Jackson dropped it down to an offer of $50, and we met in the middle at $15,000. So that's what we'll be playing for 5.5 strokes. Jackson's got this guy named Mitch.
My cousin Mitch.
Really? He's the one handling the transaction?
No, but he'll be a big contributor to the score.
Oh, okay.
Good player.
How about this from caller Ellen? Doug Vaughn is absurdly talented. That is all. Caller Ellen.
Couldn't agree more.
How about that?
Why would she say that?
You know what I'd say? I'd say talented and watch this. Folksy.
So folksy.
So folksy. Maybe we'll get you a hoodie that says so folksy. But by wearing a hoodie that says so folksy, that's not folksy. Think about it. You see what I'm saying? Now we got to start playing out the hand. Right. I think he's on a flush draw, but he knows that I think he's on a flush draw, so maybe he's got air. I don't know. I call, and then the next thing you know, you're out of the tournament.
You're like a guy who will just pull out a harmonica out of nowhere and just start letting it rip.
You think I could do that to you?
That would be really folksy of you.
Well, I'm not that talented, but thank you, Ellen, for the kind compliment.
Or like whittling wood. I could see you just sitting on a porch.
Outside Cracker Barrel?
Yeah.
Little scrimshaw.
I noticed the Cracker Barrel. Has anybody noticed the Cracker Barrel's got a new ad campaign? And I guess they're trying to go for 20-something hipsters.
Are they?
They really pivoted.
They offer.
Really?
I was watching Sports Center this morning. A lot of Cracker Barrel spots.
Like bottomless mimosas? brunch at the
like hipsters
the CB,
hanging out at Cracker Barrel.
I don't think that's going to work.
I don't think they got rid of my grilled chicken sandwich on sourdough, and I'm angry as a hornet.
I think they could lose the general store and just focus on.
Yikes! You're going to want that take back.
Well, they would lose it if it wasn't making them money.
I guess. I don't know how big the community is out there for rock candy on the stick.
Turkish taffy.
Right. Or, some of the garb that they sell, but I would focus on the food's good.
I wouldn't think hipsters have a lot of time to sit down for family-style dining.
Cracker Barrel's not in a lot of hipster areas. No offense.
None taken.
I think there are 2 Cracker Barrels in Brooklyn.
Is that right? Williamsburg?
Correct. Adam Wainwright, 9 o'clock on the program. And then we'll also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. The Cardinals with the win last night. And they still can't pick up a game on the Cubs because the texters say the Cubs are playing nothing but the Gateway Grizzlies. They have been playing a large swath of butt asses over the last couple of weeks here. They got the Rockies last night, clipped them in extra innings. Doug, if you want to bet against the Rockies, Las Vegas is catching up to the strategy. Mm-hmm. If you want to bet the Cubs today, you have to lay $360 to win $100. That's how bad it's gotten.
I'm not going to.
For the Rockies. But the Cubs, as the Cardinals have been winning, they haven't been able to pick up much ground because the Cubs have played the Rockies, the Reds, the Marlins, the White Sox, and the Marlins going back to Monday the 12th.
And up next, they've got the Reds and the Nationals.
Yeah,
so they might win another 6 in a row after that.
But then they deal with the Tigers and Phillies. And Bryce Harper, Doug and I are playing in fantasy baseball this week, and you had to be delighted to see Bryce Harper hit on the elbow last night, the same elbow that he had Tommy John surgery on 3 years ago. And I have to wonder if you ordered that hit on him.
I did not.
When was the last time you texted Spencer Strider?
Thank you.
It's been a minute.
Hell of a mustache on that Strider, by the way.
My club this week opened with an 0 for 18 on the first night at the plate. 0 for 18.
You got nothing but Rockies.
Ken Rosenthal on, is it foul territory? Is it fair territory? The guy's a kick with both legs?
Yeah, foul.
Talking about the Cardinals and what he thinks they're going to do and how they got to this point. Because if anything, Rosenthal might have been... And it's not really his brand. Martin and I talk about that here on the program. Really critical of the Cardinals, not just like kind of the way many Cardinal fans have been. Like Rosenthal was going into a place that he usually didn't go. Here is what Rosenthal says regarding the Cardinals at this moment.
So can you give us a summary of what you wrote about with the pros and the cons of how the team is grading out right now?
The pros certainly are just what you mentioned, Scott. They're playing really well, and it can't necessarily be expected by anyone because of also what you said. They didn't do anything in the offseason. They were trying to trade Arenado. They were talking about a reset or reboot, whatever the term is, that's not rebuild. And here they are. They're right there with the Cubs for the most part. And they've pitched extremely well. They've also stayed extremely healthy. So what I wrote about was, for all the good that the rotation is doing, rotation has a very low strikeout rate. And with their great defense, and their defense is the best in the league according to outs above average, it can mask some of the lack of swing and miss, but it can't entirely erase it. So that's a concern. And the other concern is, like the Phillies, they have only one player, one pitcher on the IL right now. Kind of remarkable at this stage of the season to have only one player on the IL, and they do. And for the Cardinals, the reason that is a concern, obviously it's a great thing when you're healthy like that, but the concern is their lack of depth. They've got Michael McGreevy at AAA. He could step into the rotation at some point. They've got Steven Matz, who they've used as a starter a couple of times, but they really don't have many reinforcements if a pitcher or two in that rotation goes down, and Gray and Michaelis are older guys. But that said, offensively, while they don't really hit home runs, they crush it with singles and doubles, and they have this relentless style. They play the game well, and so far, so good. It served them really well.
Base hit right there.
That was pulled right there. You could tell that one was hit well. It sounds like Ken Rosenthal's kind of shortened the Cardinal market. He must not have heard of Pestis' call.
Yeah, for real. It's an interesting point. The defense has been so good, maybe masking some of the issues.
And there's not a lot. Doug, do you mind not having as many outs above average?
No, I don't mind at all. And nor do I think defense being good is something to say, our defense is good. We may not be this good. Their defense is going to be good. They've got gold glovers in several different spots. I think they'll be fine. They'll be great defensively. They're much better than almost every other team in the league defensively. I don't think that's a fluky thing. I think that's one thing that you can probably count on.
What about the swing and miss rate?
I don't worry about the swing and miss rate. Remember when Dave Duncan was here and we thought this was the greatest pitching coach ever? He always taught pitch to contact. He wasn't trying to get anybody to miss. He was trying to lower the pitch count, get ground balls, keep your starting pitcher in as long as you can. Now suddenly you have to have swing and miss stuff to be good. It changes.
So you're mad at Rosenthal?
Every few years, what we look for completely changes, depending on who is given credit for being the smartest baseball person.
Why am I listening to a radio show? Listening to a radio show!
No.
The 636.
Couldn't tell you. That's interesting. I'll tell you one thing. I won't get sick of watching Mason Wynn drive in Victor Scott. I could watch that all day long.
Because they're both Youngry?
Both Youngry, and it's just that's the speed. If you can have that for 10 years, think about that. Having Victor Scott in center and Mason Wynn at short and driving them in left and right. That's just a nice peek into the future. So that's why I think I'm fired up for
The future is now.
That's the hope.
This club has a shot.
That's the hope.
Defense wins championships, you donkey flea bags. That's from Chairman's Pocket Partner.
Gosh.
I always say that.
So do runs.
Yeah.
A lot of runs win championships, too. Takes both. It's hard to be really good at one thing and not so good at the other and still expect to get there at the end. You got to pretty much have it all.
Can we go back to the Cracker Barrel talk? Pale 7-iron ain't Youngry. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
No, it is not.
Well, I was just thinking, you don't see a lot of whittlers anymore.
Not enough.
No. I can't remember the last time I saw one. And Cracker Barrel is where you'd see that, right? The guy out on the porch playing that little golf tee game in the triangle.
You were talking about folksy. You outside the Cracker Barrel playing the golf tee game with a Country Time lemonade.
Oh,
is
gosh.
folksy overloaded.
Yeah.
Remember
the cardigan sweater?
Remember back in the day when you guys gave away rocking chairs as a prize? Mm-hmm. People had to come down to the landing and go down the cobblestone.
Yes.
Go upstairs and get themselves a rocking chair.
It's quite a prize.
It's a sick prize.
I never got my hands on one of those. Or a Fox robot.
Might have been the best prize we ever gave. Not the Fox robot, but the rocking chair.
That did happen. Adam Wainwright going to join us here at the top of the hour. We close out the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890 with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. They're also partnering with the Dotem Open coming up tomorrow and Friday. Stifel will give away 2 weekly grounds tickets to the upcoming Stifel Charity Classic in September 4th through the 7th. The winners of the teams both Thursday and Friday, if your scramble team wins, everybody gets 2 weekly grounds tickets to the Stifel Charity Classic. Thank you very much. Stifel, a leading wealth management firm.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by the Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Pacers defeat the Knicks last night, 130-121, behind a 32-point, 12 rebound, and 15 assist effort by Tyrese Halliburton. The Pacers now have a commanding 3-1 lead in the series. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Adam Wainwright going to join us in this segment. Looking forward to talking it over with him on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. He was ahead of the curve on the Cardinals. Adam Wainwright and Pestis from Festus were the two people who were bullish on the Cardinals.
And it's turned out to be correct. Hard as it is to believe, I don't think any of us gave him much of a chance to be in this position here at the end of May.
The Cubs, there's some Cubs fans listening to the program, and they are mad for the mocking of the Cubs schedule because they want us to talk about the Cubs schedule in April and how good it was. So if you want to apologize to the Cubs fans in there.
I couldn't be any sorrier. I'm going to take some time away. I know schedule reading is not my thing. It's another fellow by the name of Douglas. That's his thing. It's not mine.
Correct.
And for me to take part in the ridiculing of the Cubs schedule is completely out of line with my character. And I apologize to myself and to my family.
You're apologizing to yourself?
Yeah, because I've let myself down. And the entire state of Missouri, I'm sorry.
What about Illinois?
For question, Illinois, I'm not that sorry.
It's not going to play well with the 618 text.
Well, sorry.
618's text in, 314-3999-646, Air Comfort Service text line. The Cubs played the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks. They were at the hostile environment in Sacramento. Then the Padres, Rangers, Dodgers again, Padres, Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Phillies.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Cubs' April.
Yeah, that was tough. That's probably the toughest schedule in the majors.
So that's why you're apologizing to yourself.
Yeah, I could not be any sorrier for their schedule.
Oh, F the Cubs! That's from Choke Artist 1.6. Doug, I feel like that's a shot at the Blues.
Okay.
Choke Artist 1.6.
Yeah, that was a shot at the Blues. I didn't like it.
Meanwhile, the Cubs have got the Birmingham Sock Puppets on the schedule tonight. That's from the 314.
Well, the Cardinals will get their chance to play those teams as well, so I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Don't give up. You still have friends. Think about that. Adam Wainwright joining us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is a pleasure to be joined here by the Cardinal legend. Morning, Adam.
Morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing really well. I want to get to the bottom of this. What did you see a few weeks ago? Might have been a month ago when you said you knew the Cardinal record wasn't great, but you saw some things that made you think it could be coming. What did you see that many around the game and many in St. Louis did not see?
Well, I think too many people got caught up in the first week or 10 days of the season, and they didn't realize that since that time, the starting pitchers were pitching great. And I think if you look at any team in baseball in the history of the game, if teams are scoring runs and playing great defense, which no one would argue that our offense or defense has played well all year, right? Am I right about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Can't argue with that.
Yeah. No, the offense has played great. They've hit the ball. They've consistently had people on base. And then after the first week or 10 days of the season, the starting rotation has been great. You know, there's been a couple of outlier games, but really the starting rotation's been great. And after that first maybe 2 weeks of the season, the bullpen's locked down a lot better too. I love Kyle Leahy, man. I've been so impressed with Kyle. You take a couple of games away from him where he's giving up cricket numbers. Kyle's having an amazing, like a point-something ERA type season. He's been great. But, you know, you got Helsley at the back, one of the best closers in the entire game of baseball. I mean, any team in baseball would jump at the chance of getting Ryan Helsley at the trade deadline. So, I mean, I just think all the pieces are there. Like, what's not to like about it? You had a couple of games blown in the bullpen, and other than that, starting rotation's been solid. The lineup's been solid. Young players are starting to really find their niche. Wilson's played great at first base. Mason's crushing the ball at short, playing great defense, best shortstop in the game defensively this year almost. I mean, like, what's not to like about it?
Did you see this starting pitching coming? I mean, almost all of them are better than they were a year ago. Are they doing something different? Is there somebody that deserves a credit for getting them turned around like this?
Well, I think so many times everybody's real hard to blame the manager or blame the pitching coach or blame the hitting coach when things are going bad instead of the players. I mean, the players are the guys that got to go out there and perform. And you never hear of coaches getting the credit when they do well. I mean, I think Dusty Blake has put out there a great plan for these guys. I'll tell you a couple of cool changes too. Miles Michaelis, after the first couple weeks of the season, Miles has really turned it around. He's this last month and a half or two. He has kind of embraced this. I'm going 5-6 innings. I'm going to give you everything I got in that amount of time, and he's pitched really great. But I think that's just communication with Dusty and those guys. Ollie's really been doing well, and I haven't even shook the hitting coach's hand, but I think everybody wants to shake his hand right now. He's got these guys prepared, and the coaching staff. So basically, what I'm trying to say is the coaching staff really deserves a lot of credit for what they've done.
Adam Wainwright, our guest here on 101 ESPN, the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Croup. And so specific, since I wanted to get your opinion on Michaelis and Liberatore in particular, and having pitched with them, knowing them, and you were making that observation that Miles has made adjustments and his last 3 starts have been so good. What does your trained eye see that he is doing that is leading to his success, Adam?
Well, he's pitching up and in on those lefties really well. He's sinking the ball down the way really well. He's throwing that curveball well. I think when Miles is at his best, he's locating the ball. And last year and the year before, we saw too many balls in the middle of the plate. He would admit that. I mean, that's not a surprise. That's not a secret. He has controlled the ball really well and kept it out of. I mean, let's just keep pitching very simple. If pitchers never threw a ball thigh high in the middle of the plate the whole year, they would hardly ever, ever, ever give up runs. Hardly ever. I mean, thigh high across the zone, especially balls in the middle of the plate, are where all the runs come, almost all of them. And Miles was doing that too much the last 2 years, and this year he's been done a much better job of keeping it out of that danger zone. When you look at Libby, what Liberatore has been able to do this year, he's driving the ball in on those righties like he's liked to do. But that slider is a real weapon. That cutter has been a game changer for him. His curveball, that big old Barry Zito type lefty curveball, man, that thing's nasty. Mm-hmm. He's controlling up and down. He's controlling the counts. You see him, he's not walking almost anybody. And if you're not giving guys free passes in the big leagues, you're making them earn their own keep. That's a lot harder on the hitters.
Adam, as they sit here very much in contention right now, just 3 games back, would you expect them to kind of go for it now and forget this notion of shedding some of the big salaries that was apparently the plan in the offseason?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I do. It's a tough thing because a team wants to, if they go on a new plan, right? If they're gonna really buy into the plan, then they got to buy into it, and so they might move a guy or two, but. I'll tell you, here's one answer to this question. In the off season, players were given a choice of whether they wanted to be there or not. They went to Sonny, hey, you want out of here? You want to stick around? They went to Wilson, you want out of here? You want to stick around? They went to Arenado, you want out of here? You want to stick around? And these big 3 guys, they wanted to stick around. They wanted to be a part of the change. They wanted to be a part of getting Cardinal Nation back to where it has been. And if you got guys who are star players who want to be there, that's always been the strength of the St. Louis Cardinals. You want the stars of the game to want to be in St. Louis. If the stars of the game don't want to be in St. Louis, something's wrong and needs to change. But these guys want to be there. You're developing this young talent. Now, I get wanting to trade guys, but and to stick with the plan. I get that. I wouldn't fault them for saying, listen, this is the plan that we've bought into. We're going to stick with it no matter what. We're going to see if we can move Helsley. We're going to see if we can move Nato. We're going to see if we can move Wilson. All these guys, Sonny. I could see it because then those guys are going to bring back a lot of prospects. But as a St. Louis Cardinals fan now, former player and fan now, of course you want to see them build off of what they have. It's just a hard thing because the the big league team right now is playing with such electric energy. You don't want to take away from that. They're playing great, inspired ball. They'd be in the playoffs. This is a playoff caliber team for sure. But you also look at the minor league system. There's a couple of very talented pitchers there. They could probably use some depth in their minor league system. I mean, everybody knows that. So I could see either way, but I would like to see. I always want to see him go for it. So that's a long answer.
No, it's a good kind of nuanced answer. We saw a couple of years ago what happened with the Brewers when they traded Hader. In your career, I don't recall a time when the Cardinals were aggressive sellers. Certainly buyers at times, that's for sure, with some big deadline acquisitions during your tenure, but not aggressive sellers. I'd be curious, and I realize since you didn't experience it firsthand, but maybe you've talked to some friends around the game, what that does to a clubhouse if a team says we're selling. Now, we saw last year, Adam, the Tigers kind of hedged and then made their charge in August and September. But on the other hand, I presented that Hader example when they traded him and the Brewers fell apart.
Yeah, it could go either way. And I mean, I think the only time they ever traded from our team at deadline, traded from our team, was in 2014 when we traded Alan Craig and Joe Kelly. And we traded for John Lackey.
Yeah.
Which, he was the year before, he was on that Red Sox team that beat us in the World Series, which we should have won that, by the way. That's just sad. And I remember sitting at the breakfast table with those guys in San Diego when the TV across the ticker said that we had guys traded, and I remember seeing Alan Craig's face drop, and that was kind of a gut punch for a team that was in first place at the time to trade off of your team. Now, you look what happened after that. Alan had a tough career after that. His ankle injury was, I think, a lot to overcome. Joe Kelly's been solid, but John Lackey was the number one pitcher in 2015.
Yeah.
I blew my Achilles out. John Lackey saved it. I mean, we won 100 games that year, and John Lackey was one of the best pitchers in baseball. So there's always reasons that front office makes moves. To trade from a team that's playing inspired baseball, it would be a hard thing for a clubhouse, I have to imagine.
If I remember right, you blew out your Achilles hitting, right? Starting to run to first base.
Yeah, I popped up to the catcher, and I thought I fouled it back, and then when I realized it was in play, I took that first little drop step to run to first and blew it right there.
I bet you wish they'd gone to the DH right before that point. Do you like that rule with the pitchers not hitting? You were a good hitting pitcher. Would you have liked to have played in an era now where the pitchers don't get to hit or don't have to hit?
I can't believe you would say something like that to me. You must not know me at all.
Clip that off. Unbelievable. Adam Wainwright just went Scottie Pippen on Patrick Ewing on Doug.
I did. That's just the worst question I've been asked in my whole career.
Well, I try.
First Greg Ward and now Adam Wainwright.
We would have never gone to the DH. I wish the game was still played like the game is supposed to be played with the pitcher having to hit. And here's the thing, though. Somewhere along the line, pitchers in high school, and this goes all the way back to high school, pitchers in high school started being POs. Do you know what this is?
A PO?
PO.
No, what is it?
Pitcher only. And high school coaches around the country, like Michael Walker was the first guy I knew of this. He told me what a PO was. And I said, what position did you play when you were pitching in high school? He goes, I was a PO, brother. I said,
PO, brother.
So what is a PO? He goes, a pitcher only. I go, are you telling me you didn't play any other positions in high school baseball? He's like, no, I was a pitcher. And I would go out that same year, I went to my high school, and there's a group of guys standing around the outfield not doing anything. There's people running this way and running this way and running there and running this way and that. I said, Coach, what is this group of kids out here in the outfield just not doing anything? He goes, those are POs. I go, oh, my gosh, this is a real thing? He goes, oh, yeah, we got like 7 or 8 POs on this team. And somewhere along the line, so many of the pitchers that came up to the big leagues were POs in high school. They'd never worked on hitting. And then so they get to the minor leagues. They don't know crap about hitting. They haven't worked on it. They never ran the bases. And they didn't work on it like we used to. When I first came up, pitchers were hitting left and right, man. We hit every day. We hit in the cage every day. We hit on the field every day. We really worked on it. It was an edge for us as Cardinal pitchers. We always felt like it was an edge. And I know those Braves guys, I came up, they felt the same way. It was an edge. When the pitcher took pride in their hitting, it wasn't just a throwaway spot there. It made the other guy work. You know, it was a real thing. Like when I faced Zach Greinke or Madison Bumgarner or Clayton Kershaw, those guys that can handle the bats, it was like, all right, I got the 8-hole up, but I still got to pitch. I still got to pitch to him because this guy behind him, like Madison Bumgarner, was always more dangerous than the 8-hole. So, like, I always felt like it was an edge. Do I wish that we'd have gone to DH? I don't give two hoots that I blew my Achilles out. That means I was a real athlete. The best thing for me was at the end of the game. If I ever pitched 9 innings and I had clay on my uniform from sliding somewhere, I felt like I was a real baseball player, not just a PO, man. Come on, POs. Get out of here.
Well, don't get angry.
Waino for commissioner is what Jackson's guy Don Hoffman just posted in the YouTube chat. All right, let me go down this road then. Let me see where you are in this. Let's see if we're going to bond here on our rules, our love of the rules. I don't like 6 teams getting into the playoffs. I feel like it diminishes the value of winning a division title. I don't believe we've ever discussed this before. Where are you on the playoff format? You experienced a variety of them in your career.
I'm a little torn on the playoff format because in some ways it's really good for more markets to get in. It helps the game of baseball, more viewers, more teams excited, more cities excited about their teams, more chances to win. I don't mind that so much. I'll tell you the rule I don't like. I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be like half the league. I think that would be bad. I don't mind 6 teams. The rule I don't like, because here's the truth in the big leagues. There should be nothing given for free in baseball. Like, you should have to earn every single thing. And to start an extra inning game with a runner on second base always that didn't earn that is I can't stand that rule. And I know it speeds up the games or whatever and maybe saves your pitching staff or whatever. But, that's part of the game, man. Like, don't give free stuff away. And especially, like, home teams. You've seen home teams have a disadvantage in this. The visiting team wins more often. I think it's barely, but it's like 52% the visiting team wins those extra inning games. They got a free runner on second base. Didn't have to hit a double to just get out there. Just, oh, by the way, you have a runner on second base. Like, I can't stand that rule. Like, make them earn it, man. And if guys got to go a couple extra innings or whatever, the bullpen, somebody's got to cover it. That's part of the game.
A lot of people feel the same way you do about that rule. That one gets people going, man.
I mean, just imagine it comes down to one game, the last game of the season. You know, you come down to the extra innings. Your whole season depends on it. And, oh, by the way, there's a free base runner at second. Get out of here with that.
What about the pitch clock? Are you okay with that?
I like the pitch clock to an extent. I think they need. If in my opinion, it's gotten a little too short. I don't know if we necessarily need a 2-hour and 20-minute baseball game. I'm okay with a 2-hour and 40-minute baseball game. Back it up 5 seconds and let the pitcher have time to think about what pitch he's thrown instead of having to rush through and just agree to whatever the catcher calls. You know, it should be, if we really want to make the game about pitching instead of throwing, let the guy have some time to think about what pitch it is. It's funny, I had a talk with the commissioner after the first year of the pitch clock, and I said, "Man, it's been a great thing. I just wouldn't go any. I would not go any quicker. I would maybe back it up 2 seconds. 2 seconds, over the course of the game is going to be 10 minutes or so, and then you're not going to really miss that extra 10 minutes. Is sell more hot dogs, right, for the team, but." It allows the pitcher to have just a couple of seconds to think about, all right, I went sequencing this last at bat.
Nolan Arenado.
Yeah.
I just went hard in. I went down and away. Now I need to go up. And what do I need to do here? Instead of, oh, crap, I got 3 seconds. Just whatever you think, I'm just going to throw it. And the next year they dropped it by another I think they dropped it by another 2 seconds. So my opinion didn't matter at all.
The cerebral element of the matchup. Adam, did you happen to see Jason Stark's MLB all-quarter century team? I imagine you didn't, but I wanted to ask before, just assuming you didn't.
I didn't see it.
Okay. Would you like to venture a guess if you were putting together your quarter-century team, players from 2000 through 2025? I would imagine you'd probably get first base pretty easily, and you would be in the same vicinity as Jason Stark on who your pick would be.
Albert.
There you go. Second base, this might put you to the test, but maybe you got somebody that he doesn't have.
Second base. All time from 2025?
Yeah.
I mean, the first couple guys that stuck out were like Pedroia or Altuve.
Altuve was the answer. He narrowed it down to Altuve and Chase Utley.
Yeah, Chase would be a good pick there too, for sure.
Shortstop.
Shortstop. I mean, you got to go Jeter, right?
That's correct. Boy, Adam, he's going to get them all, Doug. All right. Third base.
Well, Chipper was a little before.
Man, this is how about it's like you've read the column. You're naming it. He says my first inclination was to go Chipper Jones, but then he kind of was a little too late at that point. All right, so he named 3 guys, Adam.
Got Beltre, Chipper. Beltre is one of the sneakiest best players of all time. The guy's got 3,000 hits and a bunch of home runs, bunch of Gold Gloves.
Beltre is the answer. Beltre is his answer. And the other guy he put in there was your former teammate, Scott Rowland. And he said the group could eventually reach 6 with Machado, Arenado, and Jose Ramirez.
Well, I mean, just being on, I played with Scott, great player, Hall of Famer, obviously amazing. I put Nolan ahead of him defensively, and that's not a small comment. I mean, Nolan is just one of the most talented people I've ever seen at third base. So I'd probably go Arenado there, 3.
Let me go into the weeds on it, because we're watching it and we're just like, man, those guys are sick. We can't do that. What do you see as somebody who would look to your right and see them making those plays? Would you say that one does so well and the other does as well, but it maybe separates them? What do you see as a guy pitching?
Well, they both made like the best throws ever. Like Scott had that true 4-seam backspin that would it was always chest high. Albert never had to even stretch. It was always just perfect, right? Except for that one game in 2007 against the Mets. No offense, Scott, and if he probably finds out I said that, he'll probably punch me. But Nato he makes those those plays there. He's about to be in a third base dugout, and he throws it all the way across. Or the one play I saw him make when I was on the mound that just made me. I tried to never break character on the field, but he had me actually laughing out there. One time I was pitching, this guy hits this super high chopper. I think we were in Arizona, and he's charging in, and he gets his feet set on the run and bare hands it and throws it all in the same motion, which it didn't make sense to me how he did that. And he threw a little one hopper to first, and Goldie made a good pick over there. But everyone on the field was laughing. The other dugout was laughing, and everybody was just looking at each other going, what just happened? How is that even possible?
To stun other big league players with your ability. That's when you know you've done something. All right, let's see if you can round it out. I mean, you're doing this just off the top of your head. Who would you put in the outfield? Who do you think Jason Stark put in the outfield? At this point, I'm not betting against you.
I mean, Trout, Bryce Harper, those guys got to be in the conversation.
Trout is in center field. Let's see. I'll give you a hint here because like you did with Chipper Jones, one of the players had a wonderful decade of the 1990s, but he was able to carry it over into the 2000s.
Well, I mean, obviously, like a guy like Bonds.
There you go. That's who's in left.
Bonds got to be out there. Bonds is best. No matter what anybody thinks about him, Bonds is the most crazy, unbelievable hitter of all time. Let's see. Am I still missing people?
No, you're only missing the right fielder. You got Trout in center, Bonds in left, and the right fielder. And when I say it, I think you'll be like, oh, yeah.
Let's see.
Adam Wainwright is thinking through the best right fielder.
I am. I'm thinking about it.
And I love that he's in the tank and taking the list seriously. I like this stuff.
I would have put Bryce on that list. Well, he was always really tough on me too, so maybe that's why. But I also would have put Aramis Ramirez at third just because he had like 400 off me.
You got to tip your cap to him.
Give it to me.
Aaron Judge.
Yeah, it's hard to argue what he's doing, for sure.
I mean, you can make a case for Ichiro, Betts, Judge, Harper, Vlad Guerrero. You got all kinds of guys out there. But
I should have got Ichiro. Ichiro's got to be on that list.
Ichiro is. I mean that.
Ichiro, like, look, I love Aaron Judge, but before Ichiro is the all-time hits leader in, like, if you combine everything. But 3,000 plus hits. 350, 200 plus hits a year. I mean, Ichiro's on that list.
You probably didn't face him all that often. Am I right?
The first time I ever faced, I faced him a few times. Okay. The first time I ever faced Ichiro, they told me going into the game, I think he had 4 home runs on the year. And I was like, all right, so I'm not worried about power. And they're like, no. Like, this guy can go bridge on you at any moment. Like, Ichiro has 4 home runs on the year. I'm not thinking about 4 home runs on the year. I'm going to keep him off base. I'm worried about stolen bases. I'm worried about that kind of thing. Ichiro went 440 off me the first pitch of the game.
Oh, boy.
And then the second at bat to right field. And the second at bat, he hit a liner down the left field line. On a different pitch. I think it was a changeup. And then the third at bat, he hit a ground ball up the middle, like through my legs, base hit on a curveball. So, like, I threw him 3 different pitches. He got 3 different hits to all 3 sides of the field, and he went bridge on me. So I'm like, okay, this guy's, he's on the list.
He's on the list. He's made the list. And the catcher is somebody you might be quite familiar with, and you'll be happy to hear he made the list.
Oh, and I would never name anybody besides Buster Posey. Just kidding, Yachty.
Oh, gosh. Buster Posey.
Just kidding. Yachty's the best defensive catcher of all time. Nobody could ever say that's not true to me.
Jason Stark said, I ran this by a scout who once played in the big leagues, and he didn't even hesitate. It's Yachty. It's got to be Yachty. End of story. I don't care about the numbers. Yachty has all the nuanced stuff you cannot measure. Go look at all those Cardinal pitching staffs that got better when he was behind the plate, and the second he left, they've not been the same. So it's Yachty. It's got to be Yachty, period. There you go. That probably sounds a similar endorsement you would offer.
Yeah, it's the same. Same endorsement.
Adam Wainwright. Naming, I mean, he just rattled it off from the top of his head. Didn't even know this was coming. Adam Wainwright with us here on TMA, and he has big league impact in all kinds of events. Man, you've got all the guys on the team involved, which is super cool. We've had a number of guys on the team talking it over. And you've got the concert coming up as well. Go to bigleagueimpact.org. And if you want to learn about the bash, it's bigleagueimpact.org/bash. Adam Wainwright with the benefit concert that's coming up on July 27th at the Factory in Chesterfield. That's where you can get tickets. Anything else you would like to share with the audience, Adam?
Oh, yeah. Before that, it was June 8th. Our guy Alec Burleson and Ryan Helsley, those two are going to host something called Bats and Barrels. It's going to be a really cool whiskey tasting and dinner and just hanging out with those guys. Brendan Donovan's going to be there. John King's going to be there.
Nice.
and all the proceeds from that event go to Loaves and Fishes for St. Louis. So really cool organization doing some really amazing things there in St. Louis. But these guys, they need some support. So if y'all can go out and join the scrum at Bats and Barrels on Sunday, June 8th. It's going to be at Adventures Unknown. And Burley and Helsley are going to be hosting that one. So
outstanding.
Check it out.
Yeah, that's at bigleagueimpact.org as well. You can check it out Sunday, June 8th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Adventure Unknown. That is in Fenton. It is Bats and Barrels, another charity effort from Adam Wainwright. Man, I enjoyed the hell out of this conversation. Super fun. And a tip of the cap. I mean, I guess this is what you do, but still to do this off the top of your head and just rattle off the players, that was...
Well, he did play, even though he didn't get to hit as much as he wanted to, apparently.
No, he went right back down that road. Right back down that road.
Yeah, very impressive.
I like if you ask me all the position players too, and not the pitchers. But
do you want to fire a bet at the pitchers?
No, we got to go.
I didn't want to put you on the spot. That too. Verlander, Kershaw, Halladay, Scherzer, Johnson. There you go. That as in Randy. There's your rotation.
Pedro?
Pedro did not make it. He's listed. Pedro's got to be on there, and your closer's Mariano Rivera.
My closer's Ryan Helsley, bud.
There you go. He's going to be Bats and Barrels. See, you come full circle, Doug. Adam, thank you so much, man. Loved it. Half-hour conversation here with Adam Wainwright. What else could we ask for? Always appreciate the time, Adam. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
There he is. That's Adam Wainwright with us here on TMA, talking it over and giving us his perspective on a wide variety of topics. Your thoughts are welcome by texting in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. And you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Planning that summer trip, you want to get out of town, you don't feel like driving 12, 14 hours to get to Florida, you can do it easily at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Go to their website, flymidamerica.com. You'll see all the Allegiant flights, the great prices available, whether you're going to Vegas, Hilton Head, or 7 different Florida locations, and Gulf Shores. They added that as well. Save the drive, save money by going to Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. All those flights listed online, and once you get to the airport, you'll find out that traveling that way can be convenient. After all, you're paying less than $10 to park overnight. And then when you walk through security, the gate, you're there in 15 minutes. From car to gate in about 15 minutes. Think about the last time you traveled. Did that happen? Find out more about Mid-America's St. Louis Airport online. Book the flight, Gulf Shores, Destin. Don't load up the kids in the car. Fly there. Be there in a little over an hour. Or go to Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers. Chance to get away and do so at a great price with the convenience of Mid-America. It's flymidamerica.com.
Back to Team A, 101 ESPN. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the program Andy Crouppen. Fresh off of a half-hour conversation with Adam Wainwright, Andy, I feel badly. You've been in the hallway, and we're just sitting here talking it over with Adam Wainwright as he, from memory, does the best ball players of the last 25 years. Wasn't cued. Just kind of rattled him off and thought through it before giving his answer. The only one he disputed was in right field. He says you got to put Ichiro over Aaron Judge. Right. I think I would too, actually. I don't know.
For length of career, I guess.
Yeah,
Judge has been the best for 2-3 years, but Ichiro did a long time.
Yeah. What's going on with you, man?
Oh, man, just been traveling. My house got hit by the tornado.
So you were in Las Vegas when the tornado hit in your area.
Yes.
So how were you hearing about it? Texting with
family? So I go to the airport, and the flight's going to leave or board in like 30 minutes and delayed. All right, that's weird. Kind of close to the flight time. Oh, there's weather. Okay, no big deal. And then like this sort of thing just starts unfolding via text with my wife and the babysitter who's at home with the baby, and they're like freaking out, and I'm like, oh, how bad could it be? And then afterwards they're like, oh my God, and I'm getting pictures, and you never know how exaggerated that is. So right. I text a friend who is not an exaggerator, who downplays things. I was like, hey, is the neighborhood as gnarly as everybody is saying? He's like, oh, my God, dude. And it was just like the streets were impassable, just power lines and 100-year-old trees and on roofs and on cars. And I've never seen devastation like that. And then I see what happened in the Central West End and on the north side, and I see somehow with this much devastation, we were actually spared. It was... I don't know. It was a wild, wild thing. You just, I don't know. You don't expect it to happen in your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Did you lose a roof on your house or anything?
We had some, my wife just had this discussion last night. She told somebody that our house was badly damaged in the tornado. And listen, there's a lot of damage for a regular, Friday afternoon. But in the grand scheme of things, when I see people's roofs blown off, I was like, oh, my God, we had no damage. No, we had a little damage. We lost a car and, a little roof damage, but nothing terrible. We were out of power for like a week, but no, it was crazy. Nobody was hurt that I know, none of my family or friends. And once I knew that, I don't care about this stuff. Like it's... a pain, it's time, but like I am lucky that I'm in a position that these things get cleaned up. I live in an area where it gets cleaned up very quickly, but gosh, some of these people who live in neighborhoods in North St. Louis, I just don't know how they recover. That's really the sad thing. I just feel really lucky that we ended up the way we did.
Mm-hmm. Did the tornado actually go through your neighborhood?
Through my neighborhood.
Did it really? Wow.
Yeah, like down my block.
You talked to any neighbors who were sitting there or had videos of it? Because I've seen a bunch of stuff on social media.
No, it's a shame. I wish people had batteries in their Ring cameras because nobody really has any footage because the Ring cameras, the power went out pretty quickly. Right. And so nobody really has. I've seen a couple videos of like people who were in their cars, but nothing. No. It's not. It's odd in this day and age. It's not a well-documented event because
you risk your life getting it documented.
Yeah. No, you need battery-operated cameras outside your house.
The handful of videos that I've seen are people like, man, look at this wind. And then all of the sudden, within seconds, things start going absolutely chaotic. And they go, oh, my God, things are flying through our windows. We got to get downstairs.
No, it was wild. Wild.
Didn't they say there was kind of a rain curtain around it where it looked like it was just raining, but there was a tornado on the other side of that rain? So people didn't know it was there.
Yeah, but peekaboo.
Yeah.
Speaking of peekaboo, Jackson, I saw Kendrick Lamar in L.A. at SoFi.
Oh, yeah?
This weekend.
How about that?
It was great.
I saw a video from outside, and you can hear from about half a mile away them screaming, "Mustard!"
Yeah, it was awesome. Loud. Yeah, it was cool. I wish it wouldn't have been in a stadium. I get it. Let him make some money.
Well, you wanted to be in the Forum?
What's that?
Be at the Forum right next door?
Yeah, I mean, somewhere smaller. A stadium concert is very difficult to keep the energy up.
Yeah.
I mean, it was great. It was a lot of fun, but would have loved to have seen it in a smaller venue.
Sure. He's coming to St. Louis.
Yeah.
It says
here next
week.
weeks.
I think
Yeah,
June 4th.
Yeah.
June 4th?
You going?
I don't think so. I'm open to going, but I
Right
don't
there,
have
he
tickets.
just solicited tickets. You catch that?
Yeah, he sure did.
I'm open to going.
Yeah, I mean,
Somebody gives me tickets, I'll go.
I come right away.
I don't have any shame.
Hey, how are you going to get the tickets if you don't ask?
That's right. Closed mouth never eats.
You got to put pucks on nets.
Mouth never eats.
Have you seen anything at the Sphere in Las Vegas?
I have not. Have you?
That's why I was in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. What'd you see?
We saw Dead and Company.
Oh, so
And
it was a chill evening.
Oh my God! Well, what's interesting is, the Dead are a very analog band in a lot of ways, but through kind of the magic of the Sphere, which is a mind-blowing experience, they're sort of now, I mean, it's hard to argue that they're not the most cutting-edge band in the world. I mean, when you see, if you go to this place, you can't oversell how just mind-blowing this experience is. It's and the visuals are crazy, but then there's something like 170,000 speakers in there, so every seat sounds the same. So the audio quality, I still can't get it. It's loud, but you can have sort of a conversation with the person next to you in a normal tone and hear, but it's loud enough and it's crystal clear. It's really just, it was crazy. It was quite an experience.
Have you seen those videos of Andy Cohen dancing at Grateful Dead shows at the Sphere?
No.
I assume that's what you were like. Just
no, he's a big
he's
deadhead.
a huge deadhead. Yeah.
But no, it was great. It was a very, I would see a puppet show there. I mean, it was.
And there's
really,
no bad seat, right? Because the visuals are the important thing.
I mean,
you don't even look at the band, right?
I mean,
the band's
it's
on like
hard
a little. It looks like they're on a little stage because they're not up.
Right.
Am I right?
Well, it's perspective. You know, it's because the Sphere holds about 17,000 people, so it's a real arena-sized place. So, and the screen is all around you, and so the band looks small, certainly, and they also tell you to sit up a little higher, so sort of the center of the screen is at eye level. Yeah. And so when you do that, the band is far, but they'll project them on stage. But that's how everything is these days. It feels like unless you buy really good close-up tickets, I feel like you're looking at the screens a lot of the times. And the screens are so good, sometimes you forget you're not looking at the person. I don't know.
Now, people texting in. A lot of people in the audience have gone. I second the Sphere hype. It's an insane experience. Doug, Sharon and Clayton, the star of The Real Housewives of TMA.
There,
Doug's doing a new show.
Not surprised.
Andy, The Real Housewives of TMA, and Sharon is she's the star. Sharon Clayton. Yeah.
Okay.
Going to see Chesney at the Sphere in a couple weeks. Cannot wait. That's from the 636. The female listener is this texter's name. You Two in the Sphere is a must-see. And then Jackson, I'll buy tickets if you go with me. I'll even extend my purchase for Marshy's tickets so we can all giggle like little schoolgirls. That's from Young Hung Big Al.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
Are you interested? It sounds like you have an offer for tickets.
A lot of boxes it's checking, you know.
People call me Big Al.
Really?
Well, my real first name is Alvin.
Is that right?
I get a little bit of Big Al, yeah.
How about that?
So we're like... me and Young Hung Big Al.
Flip that up. Sharon and Clayton says the seats vibrate too, so you are totally immersed in the experience. Also, it's a very steep climb to your seats. Peeps with height fear might not deal well. I'm afraid of heights. I was just telling Greg Warren that in the 8 o'clock hour. Is it scary? Look at what I'm doing with my hands.
I see what you're doing there. Yeah.
How afraid of heights?
My palms started sweating when Greg Warren in the 8 o'clock hour was telling the story of going up in the Eiffel Tower and looking over the railing, and he had to squat down to get through it.
Oh,
and as I'm talking about it, I feel my palms sweating.
I don't like being touched up there. Like if I'm at
that off.
Touched up where?
Like if we're on a rooftop bar and overlooking a beautiful landscape, just don't touch.
For heaven's sake!
It freaks me out. Or riding up the Boss at Six Flags. It's a real narrow track.
And you're about to go through it, Doug, when you ride that Boss.
Right, and so your whole right ass cheek is over the side. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Heights don't scare you?
That didn't resonate with Andy.
When was the last time you were on the boss?
I don't think so. No, I never am. I mean, listen, if I'm standing at the edge of the Grand Canyon somewhere I shouldn't be and there's no railing, yeah, I'll be scared. But no, like going up in the arch, my wife had to like take a knee.
Is that right?
Yeah, she has a fear of heights. Yeah,
Remember Larry Connors was walking around on the top of it.
Oh, I've seen that picture.
Wow.
Whoa. Yeah,
for you.
Eiffel Tower's 1,000 plus feet. The arch 630. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, I don't do well. So did you notice it? But you don't care. So
I don't care. I think the lower sections, the 200 and 300s, maybe are more your speed. I don't think they're quite that steep. I never felt like I was going to fall. Although I was with a friend of mine who has some reasonably significant OCD and always thinks like he's going to jump off a chairlift. And so a friend of mine jokingly says, "Hey, Bowers, don't." And he's like, "Believe me, I'm thinking about it. I think even if I take a run at it, I'm not going to make it." So. No, it's worth it.
All right,
worth overcoming your fear.
Yeah. I've seen it. I haven't
take a mild sedative.
So you saw Dead and Company up there, and that was a hell of a show.
Really was.
Was that just like a one-off, or are they doing multiple shows?
I think everybody does a residency there because I think it's got to be very expensive to create these immersive graphics.
Yeah, a one-off probably wouldn't be worth it.
No. I mean, not unless the tickets are $5,000 each, which at some point I'm sure somebody will do.
They've been there for a little bit now, haven't they? Been doing a residency there a couple months.
I think they do one a year. Okay. They do about, I don't know. I think they've done about 40 shows there.
The Eagles were there. U2's been there. Yeah. Pretty solid guesses.
Yeah, go see someone there.
Doug, there it is, the recommendation from Andy Crouppen, The Sphere in Las Vegas. Andy, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much for coming in.
Covered a lot today.
Yeah, tornadoes and concerts at The Sphere. Andy Crouppen of Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor at TMA here on 101 ESPN. How you enjoying the Sade theme here?
It's fine. It's okay.
Wednesday, May 28th.
I'm fine with it.
Kind of skipped
What happened there?
The vinyl skipped.
What happened?
The vinyl skipped.
Oh.
I don't know who responded to this texture.
That was me.
Very polite, Chairman. So where's hour 2 at Jackson on Spotify? Nothing posted yet. Wake up, Nancy. And then I see somebody responded. It'll be up shortly. Appreciate your patience. Like, how about that? Chairman Kurt, he diffuses with kindness. He diffuses
with kindness.
That's exactly right.
Better man than me.
What would you have written?
I would let that sit there. Let you think about what you've done.
See, now this guy doesn't
simmer.
This guy doesn't know. I could have been being, I don't know if facetious is the right word, but he doesn't know the tone I had with that text. Maybe I was polite. Maybe I was dismissive.
See, that makes me a mark for reading it as polite. You can send your complaints in 314-399-9646. Adam Wainwright with us. Great half-hour conversation with Adam Wainwright. Major recommendation, your father, Jeff Burkett, who's giving me 5.5 strokes tomorrow. Enjoy
Yeah,
it.
he loved it. He said, Wayno, love when he is on.
Yeah, he's the best.
Agreed, Pop.
He's just somebody, you can ask him anything, and he's going to give you his thoughts, and that's my kind of conversation. Also enjoyed the conversation in the 8 o'clock hour with Greg Warren, comedian with a new special out, and it's on YouTube. It's family friendly, and it was picked as one of the 6 comedy specials to watch over Memorial Day weekend by the New York Times. So Greg Warren has some great things going on. You can watch that. Re-listen to everything via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app here on TMA and 101 ESPN. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. And Doug, you're a client. I'm a client. What do you say about being a client with Seth Goldcamp?
Well, it's a good thing because you're never going to have any HVAC problems. If you do, they'll get them taken care of. Your heating and cooling should not be a guessing game. If you're sweating in January or wrapped in a blanket in July, it's time to call our friends at Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been in business since when? 1904. Means they've been fixing furnaces before air conditioning was even a thing. Seth Goldcamp is the man there, runs a tight, trustworthy ship. That's the kind of ship he runs. No gimmicks, no upsells. He'll never try to sell you something that you don't need. They just want to get you up and running again. Design Air is also the longest running sponsor on TMA, which basically means they've got some HVAC street cred and the loyalty badge. Head to DesignAirService.com, schedule your service, and breathe easy. Design Air, they've been doing it right for over 100 years and now also known as the home of the handsome repairman.
Well, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's how you can compete against the greats. Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio in the lead here with 3 more emails of the day remaining in the month of May. Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio. We will be at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort for our shows both tomorrow and Friday for the Dotem. It returns for the first time since 2023, presented to you by Michelob Ultra. We'll be joined by Andy Banker of the 2 Fox. Bob Ramsey is going to be in attendance. Members of the St. Louis Hero Network will be in attendance. Ryan McKenna, Brian McKenna's nephew, is going to be in attendance. If you would like to play tomorrow, there are a couple of foursomes left. Friday is sold out, but Doug, it is always a glorious day for the TMA listeners, and I know many of you now are familiar with the show since we have been on what audience has described as hard to find locations over the years. And
we wanted to be sneaky.
Yeah,
it was just our marketing plan. I'm not sure it's the greatest plan in the world to try not to be heard when you're on a radio show.
That's correct.
But we managed to pull it off.
Yeah, so we said, okay, after 2 decades, let's come out. And so that's what we've decided to do. So you can experience the magic at 101ESPN.com. Breakfast from the Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and tomorrow the food following the round will be from Texas Roadhouse. I have a bet with Jackson for $15,000.
15 large.
His foursome versus my foursome. And his foursome has to beat us by 6 strokes in order to win the $15,000. So but he's got Mitch Cumstein on the team, and Mitch apparently is a bomber. And then his dad, Jeff, just hits it dead down the middle, and that's going to free up Cumstein.
That's right. I see. What do you think it'll take to win this baby? 18 under or so?
Depends on the scoring conditions. Usually 14 to 16.
And I think you're in the right range there.
That's usually a scramble winner.
I've never played the course, so I don't know the
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, it's tough for me to give a.
It's tough for a course to not set up for my game.
That's right.
In other words, my game travels.
Well, Tim's a shot maker.
For heaven's sakes. Your game transcends golf?
Mm-hmm.
Be darned.
Well, I got to go right to left. No problem. Oh, I got to go left to right. No problem. Plus, I'll have a 7-year-old teeing off from 30 yards from the green. So
Yeah, that could really change the math here.
How's he mentally out there?
He hasn't slept the last 3 nights, but I know there are a lot of guys playing the Dotem and Jeans that haven't slept for the last few nights.
It's the 5th major.
It's the 5th major.
Yeah.
Like if he misses a short one, is he going to be tossing clubs?
I don't give a damn what he's going to be. I'm going to have him up against a tree.
Yeah, it's all about you, Tim.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You work on your club face angle, boy.
Oh.
Gosh. Like that roof over your head. Better start compressing that ball.
Get the ball up. Show me shaft lean.
Oh.
90% of your weight on your left foot. Let's go.
Oh, gosh.
I wasn't successful at sports. You will be.
Mm-hmm. That's telling him.
Parenting, baby.
That's parenting in 2025.
Yeah.
You can email in with your parenting tips the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Somebody says there will be a 22 under tomorrow, Doug.
22?
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Some of the
Cletus playing?
scores are just stupid.
22?
Mm-hmm. So you're eagling how many of the holes? At least 4?
Yeah. Yeah. A couple. Yeah. I see it on social media all the time. Like some guys will put the numbers up, like the calligraphy of the scores at the end, and someone put up a 48 in a scramble.
They were playing well.
48.
Best player they had was the eraser on the pencil.
It's like, yeah, that's like acing every par 3.
Yeah. And they come in just proud as can be. No,
Right.
we didn't cheat at all.
Nothing to see here.
No way.
That's dirty.
All right, Doug. 14 to 16 under is what paper says.
I think that's about usually scrambles. That number will get you in the running.
Yeah.
Depends on the day, though. Some days are playing tougher than others.
Well, we're all playing on the same day, aren't we?
No doubt. I'm saying that the winning number might be a little lower or higher depending on conditions.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
That's not really a controversial take.
I'm not into the controversial take game. I'm turning into basic take, but presented as a hot take.
Okay.
Well, I like that.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really liking Mason Wynn's defense. I know a lot of people are out there saying
Sounds
they
like
should be
engagement
replaced.
farming.
It's a darn nice
But I
take.
think
You're straw manning.
Mason Wynn
That's
is
straw
the answer at shortstop. Yeah.
Okay.
It's worked for others.
I know a lot of people are down on this Cardinal team, but I love where this organization is right now, and I'd love to know where all the haters are right now. 314-974-0101.
It's high time.
You owe John Mazzella an apology.
Oh, gosh, this is good radio.
It's high time that City got some new coaching. It's high time. Oh, they already changed their coach. All right.
You're ahead of the curve on that one.
Right.
Yeah, that's good to prove it. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Text in 314-399-9646. The program's TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new car, not sure what you can afford, not sure what you can get approved for? Well, go to AutoLoanPro.com. They're going to work with you no matter what your backstory is, little to no money down. Going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. They know that anyone can sell you a car. It takes pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can be complicated, especially if you've had a little hiccup along the way. Let the Auto Loan Pro help you get back on track. And to do that, they've got a playbook. It's a free playbook you can download when you go online, AutoLoanPro.com. Find out more about how credit is built over the years, how the credit industry works. A lot of that is complicated. They explain it all to you with that free playbook. Make sure and download that at AutoLoanPro.com. The only thing you need to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Friend of the show, Robert Thomas. He's on the website as well. It's a great site. You can learn more about the credit industry while also getting that next vehicle. AutoLoanPro.com. Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Oilers defeat the Stars last night. 4-1, the final score as Edmonton takes a commanding 3-1 lead in that series. There's another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Continue our Sade theme here on Wednesday. Is that cliche on Sports Talk Radio?
I think it is.
To play Sade.
Is this her birthday or something?
No.
Did you say?
Just feels like a Sade Wednesday, doesn't it?
Why?
It's the vibe I'm getting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Martin Kilcoyne's vacationing at Jackson's parents' place, the Hamptons. But he will
one
be
day.
for one day. And then he's got a flight. I don't know what happened. I guess he's got to take a helicopter to Teterboro.
Right.
And then he's just flying directly into Oak Valley.
Yeah, we're going to make a little airstrip.
There's a little airstrip at Oak. Because they're getting a lot of PJs coming in for the donut.
Yeah, it's going to look like
Scottsdale. Just land on 55 there?
Yeah, that'll probably work. Heads up. There's a bird coming down.
Jackson, with Adam Wainwright on the program for a half hour, with Greg Warren in studio, you've got this wonderful Stiefel dossier. I've got this Stiefel hat on today. And I feel like we've ignored a lot of your hard work on the Stiefel dossier. So you tell me where you want to go with all this hard work you've prepared here in the Stiefel dossier.
Wow. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's your Sadie Hawkins. Usually it's Doug Sadie Hawkins, but with you, with Sade, I think it's your day.
Okay, I'm going to get to my airing of grievance later, and
he's mapping out his 10 o'clock hour dossier.
That's fine. Okay,
I have an airing of grievance that I need to talk about, but
you could do that now if you need to.
No,
what are we waiting for?
Want me to do it now?
Yeah, what does it matter?
It doesn't. We need to talk about motorists leaving a parking lot on a busy, high-speed street. So, I mean, I'm talking Manchester, Lindbergh.
I thought we might go down the Cardinals and Orioles. Those doggies fired. Doug, it's a manager. I thought we might even get Knicks and Pacers as the Knicks are on death's
So I was going to go there, but I went.
I knew we weren't going to get Oilers and Stars. No. But now we got
pulling out of a parking lot?
Right, okay.
That bothers you?
No, it doesn't bother me. So when
who does it bother?
Me. When you're pulling out of a parking lot on a busy, like a Manchester. I saw this happen yesterday on Manchester.
Okay.
When someone's turning right into a strip mall, a business off of a busy, speedy street, they don't want to come to a complete stop to make that right turn. That really could be a problem with traffic. So you have to come in a little hot to the business, to whatever parking lot you're coming into.
That's right.
So you have to take a certain angle. And I think that people leaving the parking lot often will just drive in the middle of that little driveway, that exit driveway, and they give no room to the person turning right into it. I almost got into a crash yesterday.
Where did this happen? Let's workshop this.
Manchester and De Pere. Believe that strip mall that like the Egg and I is in.
Okay.
Someone was turning right into there, and they were doing the right thing. Turn their signal on plenty. We're going to take a pretty hot turn in there so to not bother traffic. And at the last second, a car pulls into that little driveway straight down the middle, giving them no room. If you are driving out of a busy parking lot onto a speedy 40-mile-per-hour street, you have to get all the way over to the right. And I mean all the way over as far as you can to give room to that car. I almost went right into the back of a car because I had to come to a complete stop to make that turn because it's such a tight angle. If you are leaving a parking lot, get over to the right. Don't go down the middle. You're going to screw it for everybody else.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's a band.
You got plenty of time when you're pulling out of a parking lot to line yourself up. The person turning right into the parking lot does not.
No, they didn't think anyone would turn in. At the split second they were going to exit, they didn't think anyone would be turning in.
And that's selfish driving.
Okay.
Wrong part of town, virgin. Nobody cares about your 1989 Honda Civic. That's what you were.
I don't drive a 1989
They had a
Civic.
Cooper, Mini Cooper.
Yeah, purple.
So every other car is a threat.
Yeah, I'm in the that's I feel like I'm like Steve McQueen, and it's a tight car, man. Go right out. No, but seriously, like get over to the right. If you are driving, get over to the right.
Okay. I can see why that bugged you.
I gave the man a blank canvas, and that's where he wanted to go. That's the joy of a Sadie Hawkins.
All right.
Now we can talk a little Nick Pacers, too.
Yeah, that's the good news is your palate's been cleansed for Knicks and Pacers.
Okay, we can get to the important stuff.
Tyrese Halliburton. But before you cleanse your palate, go see Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. He's going to have the closest to the pin competition going on both tomorrow and Friday at the Dotem. Dr. Brandon Pryor is online at 100westdental.com. The office is located on Manchester. Please make sure you're in the right lane.
Thank you. Yes, Manchester.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. That's the scene of the crime.
Yes.
You can call 636-585-0100. No insurance for dental? No problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Your health is not just about your medical insurance. Bad dental health can lead to bad overall health, and you cannot take a chance with it. Get checked up with Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. There's still a lot to get to here on the Stiefel dossier. Jackson wanted to lead with the parking lot thing. But Doug, you won't believe what's still stored up here.
Okay.
Plus the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
pretend. I wouldn't want to.
I don't know the years. Tim is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, and he says Jackson's grievances are one step above an old man trying to return soup at a deli.
Will
they take the soup back?
No. Soup is not a refundable item.
I have a grievance against my dog. You know that little white dog I have, little Dora, about 15, just a pudgy little white ball of fur?
Kind of a yappy dog?
It's usually pretty quiet, usually very well behaved. A couple nights ago, I gave him a rib bone with some meat.
Ooh, where'd you get ribbies from?
Little treat. I got Schnucks. Or Costco. It was Costco. And I said, boy, she'll love this. The dog's getting old. And so I gave her the bone, and she loved it, went nuts over it. And I'm thinking, she might splinter that bone. She could choke on that. I better take the bone away. By the time after she had the meat off the bone, I said, I'm going to take it away from her. With that, she turns and attacks me.
Oh, my goodness.
My own dog, this dog that I carry like a baby up the steps at night so it doesn't fall down, took a bite out of my shoe.
Oh, my goodness.
I could feel it on my toe.
That's no way for a daughter to act.
No, I said, where's this guy? And once they get the taste of human flesh, that's all they want.
Really?
This dog, yes.
Did you reprimand the dog?
Well, I've scolded it, sure. I didn't hit the dog. It's just the size of a loaf of bread.
But did you carry it up to bed that night?
Attacked me. Took a bite out of my shoe and wouldn't let go. So I guess I have to wear steel-toed work boots around the house.
Hard soles, yeah.
So, Dora, and you were sideways now.
Yes. Oh, gosh, yeah.
Jackson aired his grievance about, what was it again?
Motorists not getting all the way over to the right when leaving busy parking lots or busy street parking lots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I assume people are on board with me, you know.
Some are. Sharon and Clayton is on your side.
Thank you. Thank God.
The 314 says Jackson drives a Subaru, no question.
That's right. Outback. Dirty, too.
Let's see. I'd like to take a bite out of Doug. That's from MD 2020.
Okay.
Here.
You can
My own
text
dog attacked me.
314-399-9646. It's Jackson Sadie Hawkins, 10 o'clock hour. There's so many different things to go to. I just want to see which direction, because you're El Capitan.
Yeah, see on my sweater. This Pat McAfee audio from the Pacer game last night.
Doug, the Pacers now up 3-1 on the Knicks. Knicks fans, Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, Jackson's boy crush, Timothy Chalamet, all made the trip to Indianapolis. And Pat McAfee grabbed the microphone, and as you would say, he shot a promo.
Oh, did he really? Yeah. Okay.
Indianapolis, Indiana. We got some big wigs from the big city in the building. Spike Lee is here.
Didn't go well.
Ben Stiller is here. Timothy Chalamet is here. Let's send these sons of bitches back to New York with their ears ringing. Let's turn this off.
How'd you explain that to your kids?
I couldn't. I can't let him watch anymore. Now, he played for Indianapolis, right?
Yeah, the Colts.
That's why he's a big Indiana guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lives that? They does the show out of from Indianapolis. Yeah, Indy guy.
Oh, he does. That's where the show comes from.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think Spike Lee, Chalamet, Ben Stiller are dropping on courtside seats in Indianapolis? Like $8-9 grand? You think courtsides?
Probably.
And what do you think it is at the Garden?
10 or 12.
God, I would go over on that for Eastern Conference Finals.
But if you're the Knicks, don't you kind of need Spike Lee, Ben Stiller, Chalamet courtside? Probably cut a little deal of some sort.
Why would you need them?
Why?
Yeah.
Pub?
Well, they don't need the pub. Building sold out in it, whether those guys are sitting there
I'm
or
not saying for ticket sales. I'm saying for global
Do you feel like
outreach.
the Cardinals need Cardinal Cowboy?
Or he needs them, one of the two.
I know
somebody needs somebody.
This is secondary, but I looked up the closest seat you can get for the next game at the Garden, and section VIP 10, which it seems to be right there, first row. $76,000.
Ooh, value. $76,000 for which building? Indianapolis?
MSG.
Yeah, at the Garden.
Yeah,
at the Garden.
and $12,000. I'm like,
well, I'm thinking I would assume that they're paying in advance of the playoffs for those seats. Like, I don't think they're like, all right, now it's game 5. purchase them up. I think
I would be curious how that works out because it's got to be a thing for like the stars who really get into it and their agents. I picture Hank Kingsley on the Larry Sanders Show really wanting to be courtside, that kind of thing.
Hey, now.
Now, Ben Stiller is a longtime Knicks fan. That's legitimate. Spike Lee's history, of course, going back to whether it was the Bulls or the Pacers, of course. That's legitimate. I guess your boy Chalamet, I don't know. When he comes on College Game Day, he's breaking down college football like Lee Sand was breaking down fantasy football.
He's a real ball, though, where there's a Twitter post going from like 2012 or 2013.
Where he's giving takes?
He won some like Knicks trivia contest, like a super obscure Knicks trivia contest, and it was Little Timmy Chalamet won it. So he's a real ball fan.
Little Timmy Chalamet.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a real ball fan.
Well, someone there in New York will drop that $75,000 like it's nothing.
For sure.
I was in L.A. in 08. What, Celtics?
No, please go ahead. Oh, okay, sorry.
What's going on?
08 would have been, Celtics.
Yes. And he said 81,000 for courtside.
Jesus.
I won't go unless I can sit courtside.
That's kind of been your thing. You're a green seat guy through and through.
I am, yeah. Which is why I don't go much anymore. It is a whole different feeling when you get seats like that.
It's a bucket list item for me.
Obviously a much lower level, but when Seth Goldcamp hooked me up with those courtside seats for that SLU game, it was the closest I'd ever been for a basketball game.
What was the experience like?
It's just amazing how big and athletic and how fast those guys move.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's different up close. Thanks, Seth Goldcamp.
Design and Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today. You can send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Let's see. Brian Henson says Ben Stiller tweeted about the McAfee thing and how weird it was. I'm looking at Ben Stiller's Twitter tweet feed, and I don't see it, though. But I know Brian Henson would make it up, so...
Doesn't seem weird to me. It seems like something McAfee would do, doesn't it?
No,
that's very much within his character.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised if he did something that wasn't that loud and boisterous and obnoxious to the home crowd.
I know Ben Stiller's a real fan because I always see him tweeting during the games about not getting foul calls, and I'm like,
he did. I take it back. Of course, Brian Henson was right. He said under the video, yes, weird. We were happy to be there and cheer our team, and other than that, Indy fans were awesome. There you go.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So he covered it or just was there as a fan?
I would imagine
he might have been courtside himself with what the newspapers pay these days.
I agree with you on that he probably was courtside. I'd like to read his column. Brian Henson said in his replies, sir, and he's exactly right. Brian Henson is a journalist, and as a journalist, he would not lie.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that.
The only way I would pay $75,000 for a seat is if Doug was already sitting in it. That's from Rob McClanahan, but my good friends call me Rue.
Would you share a courtside seat with someone?
Jackson, I bet would.
You couldn't quite afford it.
Would I share one?
Yeah, you get half the seat.
You think they do that at the Cardinal?
Everyone gets an ass shake.
Does he have to pay?
You got to pay half,
right? No. It would be kind of because you do that maybe if no one could see you, but if you're courtside and then the TNT cameras are picturing you with your legs to the other side while someone's sharing a seat with you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chalamet, I have half of this seat.
He's a lithe gentleman. If there was one to do it.
You like your men thin?
Well, I wouldn't do it like Steven Shrippa sitting next courtside.
Bobby Bacalari.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I don't think he would be great to share a seat with. But
I'd rather watch Tim's 3-year-old son run linebacker drills into his bed than watch the Knicks and Pacers. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
It's fine. 14 million disagree with you, but...
So woke me up this morning right around 4 in the morning. The hell was he doing? I mean, just all of a sudden the bed's shaking. I don't know, whatever's going on, I'm not involved. Sure enough, the 3-year-old just runs right into the bed and all hell's breaking loose.
That went on at my house for 15 years.
So I got that to look forward to?
Yeah, probably.
Dogs biting your feet.
Maybe I will have kids. You guys make it seem...
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Especially at that hour.
I would only share with Doug or Tim. They don't even have to pay half. That's from Jackson's boy body.
Huh.
My boy body's texting in?
We'll consider it. I wonder if that'll ever be a thing. When they make seats wider and you have to share it with someone else.
That was always tough in school when the buses were too filled up and you had to go 3 to a seat. Mm-hmm. Some poor sack was sitting Lucky Pierre on there.
Lucky Pierre.
My first school.
You might have misused the term.
I thought that was it. You said in the middle.
Oh, Bill.
Well, you're
Tim, why are there green seats in a red Cardinal stadium? Please answer so I can send you a kiss emoji. That's from Car Wash Dave. Doug, do you recall when they were constructing Busch Stadium, there was a vote, and fans were given the opportunity to vote whether they wanted the seats to be red or navy. Do you remember that?
I thought it was red or green, but I remember there was a vote, yeah.
The green seats being the higher dollar seats, but there was a vote, and fans chose red. But I would imagine way more ballparks have the navy seats.
Probably
than
so.
Red seats, which of course stands to reason. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that passion goes to the customers. Just come on in and talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. Go online at igotfloored.com. And right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's Michael's Flooring. There's a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3s to get 2 locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
God, I love a Sade Wednesday.
You know, outside of your opening with Smooth Operator, a lot of these are, what would you call these, B-sides?
I don't know what that means.
Deep cuts.
Deep cuts of Sade, too. It's not just Sade Wednesday on TMA. Again, cliche. But it's deep cuts.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Like songs that weren't hits?
That's right.
If an album had 20 songs on it and 2 massive singles, you know.
A lot of them sound an awful lot alike.
Tim, you got an age on Sade?
It's a great question, Chairman. I'm not. This is more fun. You know, don't bet anything.
Okay.
God, she's 25. I'm gonna get it. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it for you. So she's 22 and 85. Then I'm gonna give her 60. I'm gonna go 63.
66.
No! Ah!
But she should be 63.
Thank you.
Why? Just because Tim said she should be?
Yeah.
That's on her.
That's a new level of anything.
Hey, Gregory, the chairman there.
Her birth certificate must be wrong.
Somebody's arguing with the chairman and says she's 67. So now we got this.
Wikipedia says 66.
I love that we live in a town where the color of the seats at the baseball stadium and hundreds of millions of dollars in government funding are both decided by an online vote. Hard to believe St. Louis isn't booming with growth, Doug. That's from Texter of the Year 2023 and 2024 Arbor Day.
Oh,
Making a strong campaign for 25 as well.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to beat Arbor
I think they
Day.
were just trying to do the nice thing, say, what do our fans want?
Do they take into consideration something that absorbs the heat of the sun when they're picking something like that for those hot July days?
Probably not.
Here's what I would tell you if you want to know the truth, okay? If you're going and doing these online votes, you want to be able to go, well, I didn't do it. The people wanted it.
Plausible deniability.
I didn't do it. The people wanted it. Do the people have as much information as you do? No, but I don't want to catch the blame. I want some leadership around here.
Gosh.
God almighty. You can text in 314-399-9646. You can really feel the uptick in potholes when driving down Ladue Road and you hit Clayton. It's kind of sad. That's from the Self-Made Stay-at-Home.
So now Clayton's for the Sads?
That's not accurate.
Is that true that it...
No.
So Lindbergh Road is closed for a bridge? You usually drive the same way. I know you take 270.
I did yesterday. I went south right by Mark Hanna's office there.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's Conway Road in Lindbergh.
Yeah.
It's blocked off there.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
It was an odyssey. I was about to text you. I go, I'm not sure I'm going to make it by time. I don't know where I am.
Oh, it's. I don't take Lindbergh because of that. It
just started today with
but
the
they've been having.
But there's been there's been construction. So I don't know. Yeah, Doug, it's. Let me tell you something. This Huntley, this Clayton, this Ladue,
right?
They're trying to keep us
Frontenac.
It
isn't for everybody.
Even when they're doing road construction, you would think they would open it up for you.
I didn't want to say that, but I agree with you.
Wave you on through and everyone else. Where are you going, bub?
What's the record on a texter sending in the same text multiple times?
Whoever it is, blocking.
Are we using names here? We putting them on blast?
Not real names.
Your text name, though.
What is it?
Jay Killa.
Oh, how many times?
15 is what I'm
counting. Okay, Jay Killa, you just got suspended.
No, he's gone.
Suspended a period of 15 days' time, one for each text that did not get read. Jay Killa.
It started at 10:12, and he's still doing it at 10:38.
So whatever we do now, don't read this text. It's just what he's expecting.
I'm not going to read it.
I don't know how you want to handle this, but Big Al is sending in topless photos of ladies and also says, answer the damn phone, Kurt, it's my birthday. So I guess he wants to call in, 314-974-0101.
He's on hold.
And I boycotted the online city funding poll because there wasn't an option to donate to Kai's wedding so that he wasn't the only one who got to bring a date to his wedding. That's from Arbor Day.
It'd be pretty awkward if you couldn't bring his new wife to the wedding.
Good deal if you
wouldn't be much of a wedding, would it?
Doug, Big Al is on the line and he wants to talk us over.
Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Big Al, happy birthday.
Thanks, boys.
Happy birthday, Big Al. How's your health? I know that was a concern there for quite a while.
I'm 63 and I'm cancer-free.
Oh,
Thank
wonderful.
you, guys.
Wonderful. Glad to hear it.
Right there.
Glad to hear it.
Yep. I'm going today to Costco to get a bunch of supplies to take it down to the people that were devastated by the tornado. It's a birthday present to myself and to make myself feel somewhat alive, because I have everything and those people have nothing. So I encourage all my little listeners that are texting, getting them off the air, to do something about it and go help people that are less fortunate than us and they don't have anything. And that's what I wanted to do for my birthday.
How about that, Doug? How that message of positivity and giving on Big Al's birthday.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yep. That's what I'm doing. So I just wanted to call in and tell everybody I'm alive. You can't kill me. And you can get your little fat fingers going and send it all out, because I can drink bleach. I can beat cancer. What else you want to do? Bring it, boys.
You just called in to agitate the texters? That's all this was about?
Kind of beat his chest.
Back. You know I'm back when I'm doing that. No, in all seriousness, I appreciate all you guys. Every time I'm out somewhere, not every time, but a lot, I'll be at sporting events. People come in, call in more. That's Kurt won't answer his damn phone. My finger's bleeding now. I called in like 82 times.
Oh, no.
It was my birthday. Thanks, Chairman. Appreciate it.
I got promoted today, Big Al.
I love you, man. Thank you, guys. I just want to say, everybody help someone else. And thank God you're here in this earth. Do something different, and blessings come your way. So I love all you guys, and I'll be back next year. 64 and so much more.
64 and so much more. How about that? There is happy birthday to Big Al, Doug, celebrating his 63rd
Happy birthday, Al.
Let's see. While you're at Costco, please pick up more bleach. That's from Moistus Salou.
I'm back.
My birthday wish is for a tornado to strike Big Al right now. That's from the artist formerly known as Zebo's wrestling buddy.
Do I change these names to that? It's ridiculous.
I was in Costco either Saturday or Sunday. I've never seen more people in one store at the same time.
What was doing?
Nothing. Just a regular weekend in Costco. Anytime you think retail's dying, go to Costco on the weekend.
The Hill people come out in droves on the weekend to come to the big city to go to Costco and Sam's Club.
Must be. I mean, the lineup to just buy what you had in your cart, it was 100 feet.
Holy crap.
Do you have the app where you can scan the things in your cart and skip the lines?
No.
You got to get that.
Don't tell me what to get.
All right.
That sounds like that'd be a pretty good idea,
Spend more
though.
time there.
Yeah.
Who was it that Al, there was a TMA Live, and I remember, I think it started as an arm wrestling match, and it ended up with them both on the ground wrestling around.
That was Biff. Yeah, they were on the ground together. But our events tend to wind up with men on the ground together. Big Al and Curbs came out for, they're born on the same day. How about that?
Oh, wow.
Chris Kerber's celebrating a birthday. Jackson, do you have a request for the Game 7 2019 call from Chris Kerber to celebrate his birthday? Is this a special birthday for Kerber? I don't know. I don't know how old Kerber is.
I don't think he's the same age as Big Al. I don't think he's that old.
No, I'm talking under, but I didn't know the ballpark range. Let's see. Can you imagine having your house decimated by a tornado, losing all you have, and some filibustering St. Charles challenges you to an arm wrestling match? These people have been through enough, Al. It's from Arbor Day.
Oh, that's not nice. He's trying to go down and help and do something kind.
You just can't win in this text inbox, can you?
He didn't say he was going to arm wrestle the tornado victims.
He does like to arm wrestle people.
He does.
He does. I believe, if you remember, Titans lineman Albert Hainsworth was one of his victims.
Mm-hmm. He used to brag about getting Twister, too. I think he bragged on taking down Tony Twist.
I'd like to see that rematch if Big Al did indeed take down Tony Twist. I don't know if that's... But maybe it happened. Doug, it was Memorial Day weekend. It was so busy. That's from the Ole Miss sorority girl.
Oh, yeah, it was. I've never seen a store any busier than that one.
Doug, you do the shopping for your household. Do you also do the laundry? Who are you trying to be? Mr. Licks? That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
I miss Biff. That's Dale, and he's in Grubville. Biff calls in, but Big Al says you don't answer their calls.
Yeah, I've Biff and Big Al on my no-fly list.
Really?
No. I didn't know
Why?
No.
I didn't know what the policy was here on the program. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up in a matter of moments. If you are feeling sluggish, you're not necessarily feeling great, well, that can be low testosterone, and that is where you can get treated at Mentality. Get tested. It is Mentality, a local St. Louis-based place to get tested on your testosterone, and not just your testosterone, your free testosterone. Not everybody tests free testosterone. I have been out there to get tested. Super easy, in and out within 20 minutes, and I can tell you it is a very friendly staff and easy experience. This year, staff settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information or check out the discount offers. It's Mentality. Be the dad who can keep up with the kids and be the husband your spouse knows you can be with Mentality. mentalityhealth.com/radio. Take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today next here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals win last night. They're back in action tonight with a 5:35 p.m. first pitch. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug. Last show in studio for the week as we head to Oak Valley for the Dotem tomorrow. And $15,000 on the line. I know, Jackson, usually our transactions are done in crypto.
That's right. Yeah, Ethereum.
But I will have $15,000 on me.
Okay.
I know you will as well.
Yeah. Small bills.
Preferably. And your pairing has to beat my pairing by 5.5 strokes.
We're prepared.
All right.
We're prepared. 15 large on the line. That could go a long way for goodorbad.com.
Oh, it could get you off the ground.
With seed funding. Still working on that. And Series A to follow.
Yeah, I'm the only person to invest.
Right.
I'm working with counsel to try to see if we can get that out of the goodorbad.com account. I haven't seen a monetization strategy.
No monetization strategy, but we have spent a lot of money. But again, we're pre-revenue, so this is all building.
Pre-revenue is the term for the business.
Yeah. If you could just get more revenue coming in, that would help.
No, we're just trying to get users. And then
you haven't even seen Indecent Proposal.
I haven't. Then that's fine. Before we go post-revenue, we'll watch Indecent Proposal.
And since it's been revealed that Oscar voters don't even watch the movies, this website's more important than ever that people get a solid opinion from someone who's seen the picture.
Goodorbad.com.
Some Oscar voters
I just don't know how we're going to make money on this thing. I don't know why I invest. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Hey, Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio can clinch today. Dear Mr. Vaughn, we regret to inform you that your recent shipment of Aquamesh booty shorts has raised several red flags here at U.S. Customs. Specifically, your attempt to reroute said shorts through Vietnam in a not-so-subtle effort to dodge Chinese tariffs has triggered an official investigation for potential tariff fraud. Please be advised that we take trade law violations seriously. A compliance agent named Horton with Lust for Justice and a man will be contacting you shortly. That's from Lieutenant McGroin. His first name is Holden, Doug.
Lieutenant McGroin. First name Holden, Doug.
Peace and love, peace and love. I wasn't able to listen to one singular second of the show this morning. Due to work. But Doug has really been on a heater lately, and I couldn't agree more with what he said around 8:16. 100% of the people who try to start the wave at a Cardinal game drive on I-55 or I-70 exclusively.
I didn't say that. We never even discussed the
I thought you said that during the break.
I didn't say it anywhere.
I never really understood why a guy who got a pair of Hey Dudes and a Walmart quality Eckstein jersey at the age of 30 then decided to put the next 40 years of his life in neutral. Pigs trying to get dozens of people to stand up with their arms in the air is quote-unquote his moment. But hey, man, congrats on your 10 seconds of fame and exercise. I'm not quite for sure where Wave Starter Guy ranked on that worst guys list, but no need to do double work. If guy who says Sandwich was on the list, it's the same guy. Speaking of worst guys, quick shout out to Josh Heupel for looking like someone who vacations in the very spot the SEC meetings are being held. I read an excerpt in Talty's new book where he ranked SEC coach bodies, and he said Heupel's ass looks like a pillowcase full of nickels. Keep working on that 0-4 record against UGA while being outscored 137-58, Josh. I wouldn't have paid Nico either. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs.
Al in Dadeville.
Hey, boys, just wanted to give a quick shout out to the Dream Team. Doug, Jackson, Tim, and KG, who somehow managed to keep things running while also looking like they're plotting a sitcom behind the scenes. Doug's the brains, or at least he says he is. Jackson's the charm. Tim's the calm and the chaos. And KG, well, KG's probably halfway through a spreadsheet and a dad joke at the same time. Keep being legends, you four. It's equal parts impressive and mildly concerning how well you all function together together love TMA Walrus number 1.
TMA Walrus number 1.
In the back room of a Cracker Barrel off I-70 lives Doug Vaughn, a leathery old man marinated in the brine of the Great Depression.
Great Depression?
He rocks in a creaky chair, barefoot, but with feet so filthy they look like airwalks, whittling little wooden roosters with a knife older than jazz. You like that, a knife older than jazz?
That was the email.
I do. I'm reading what's in the filter file.
I'm a big fan.
Hold on a second. His dirty denim overalls, inherited from his grandpappy, along with a strong distrust of light bulbs and Calvin Coolidge. Doug spins wild yarns about the 1920s, arm wrestling Capone. Cracker Barrel's my town, see? Dating flappers and inventing the Charleston by accident. But what he lives for is broadcasting his radio show on a ham radio duct taped to a spittoon, where he enjoys nothing more than asking the worst questions ever uttered. Mm-hmm. Are you surprised you can remember all the words to stuff that you wrote and say every night? Or Jem's like, you're on record saying you love to hit. Do you wish you didn't have to hit?
I like to stretch boundaries.
Folksy Doug Vaughn doesn't hold back. Whether it's asking the hard questions or playing the Cracker Barrel pegging game with his friends, this man is an American legend. That's from Norman Rockhard.
Oh, he's new. Norman Rockhard. He's new.
Good morning, Mr. Producer Pants. Summer's here again, and somehow you're still working a full-time, part-time executive radio job. You somehow landed right out of college without any experience.
Right.
Meanwhile, we're the ones packing lunches and heading off to work. We're so proud of your youthful spunk. Anyways, Dad says, while you're running the airwaves today, could you also find time to unload the dishwasher, take the trash out, and give the counters a quick wipe? You might be able to fool your coworkers into believing you understand the real world and are a grown little company man, but not us, Mr. Big Boy Job. You still haven't cleaned up Spot's poop in the yard, cleaned your cereal bowls from your first Big Boy sleepover last Saturday with oil change, oatmeal, and Space Bar.
Oil change.
Or picked up your liberal arts Barbie action figures from under your bed. And remember, if Martin can disappear for the whole fourth hour every day, you can ask Tim if you can be a couple minutes late tomorrow so you can run by Dr. Horowitz's for the bubblegum cough syrup you like so much. Love you. Mom and Dad still syndicated in your heart.
That's the name of the texter?
I just read what's in the prompter.
Good name.
Mom and Dad still syndicated in the heart.
And finally, I'd like to toast the legacy of Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio, radio advertising pitchman extraordinaire for low-powered AM radio stations that pay their rent and gift cards. He struck this competition like a bolt of lightning, jumped out to a lead, shipped his final win on May 19th with the line, "You have a nice set of Rodericks on you." This business apparently doubles as a resume and a cover letter if you want to be on air talent, and then up and vanish like a fart in the wind. Cheers to the May 2025 Email of the Month, wherever you are, hopefully consuming nose beers in one of those private karaoke rooms with Ellen Foley, Dragon Slayer, Whomst Bruce Falange, Chadwick, Maury, and Little Jack. Ours is the type of presentation where the listeners feel free to drop in at any time and then sit on hold for hours/days/weeks until they finally get put on the air so they can spike the football on a prediction that's narrowly on pace to hit with 2/3 of the season remaining. When asked what he saw in this team early on, Pestis replied with vague cliches about spring training and just letting the boys play like he was like Doug doing a bit. It's a shame the guy who's so badly wanted to have his wife drive him 40 minutes so he could bang on the doors and demand to meet Jackson won't take a 10-minute Uber ride to the Dotem because he was once fooled by a scammer pretending to be an Uber recruiter calling his landline in order to steal his identity. And the only lesson he took from the experience was never to trust the company that the scammer was pretending to represent. Perfect. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, The Recessed Ladies Breast. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The only question I have left today is what you got.
I thought Buck Swope was very strong, but I really didn't hear much after I heard the sentence, Josh Heupel's got an ass like a pillowcase full of nickels. So I'm going to vote for Al in Dadeville.
I'm going with Storm and Norman Rockhard.
I'm also with Norman Rockhard.
Wow. This puts me to the test.
Strong batch today.
Yeah, you doff your cap. I thought Buck Swope was the best. Buck Swope is one. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling
Lucas.
email
this
of the day.
two-vote thing is really coming to bite us in the ass here.
Buck Swope told me what the rules were, and I agree with him. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, for my brother Kevin, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.